This is the unabridged recording of My American Angel, Book 6 of the Shower and Shelter Artist Collective by Brooke St. James. Read for you by Kate Rudd. Chapter 1. Theo Duval, New York, New York, early spring. Theo Duval was a man who didn't have many regrets in life. He was a real go-getter, the guy who would set a goal, make a plan, and execute it. Then, without really even stopping to enjoy the fruits of his labor, he would move on to the next thing. He didn't always have this kind of focus, though. There was a specific incident at the age of 16 that forced him to make some serious changes, and he'd been going full steam ahead ever since. In hindsight, Theo better understood what happened to him all those years ago. He was almost certain he'd been duped out of his parents' assets. He'd been tricked, lied to, swindled. But he was 16 years old at the time. That was nearly half his life ago and a major turning point for Theo. He remembered the conversation clearly. His parents had just died in a tragic accident, and their lawyer, a man named William Arnett, came to Theo in secret, showing him a piece of paper with their debt-to-asset ratio and telling him that his mom and dad had basically nothing after the assets were liquidated. He used a bunch of jargon Theo did not understand and showed him a series of papers that confirmed his story. The papers made it clear that Theo would be left with next to nothing after their estate was settled. It had happened 14 years ago, but Theo remembered the scene like it was yesterday. Mr. Arnett met with him in a restaurant instead of his office. He sat across the table from Theo and told him point blank that if he stayed in Montreal, he would be forced into foster care, and that his foster parents would find a way to cheat him out of his meager inheritance, leaving him with absolutely nothing when he turned 18. So, it was at a restaurant that William Arnett gave Theo $4,000 in cash and told him he should start finding his own way sooner than later. He made a whole speech about mental toughness and told Theo he was a strong boy who would be better off on his own than in some unpredictable foster situation. Theo had been born and raised in Montreal, and he spoke more fluent French than he did English, but he always had an affinity for America, and for New York City specifically. It was for this reason that he chose New York as his place of refuge when he ran away from Canada at the age of 16. Theo believed everything Mr. Arnett said to be true at the time. He thought the man had done him a great service. It wasn't until Theo was about 20 that it dawned on him that the lawyer had, in all likelihood, lied. Of course, he wasn't 100% sure, and he didn't have any proof of it. But it made sense to Theo that he'd been conned. By the time he came to this realization, he was already focused on making a fortune of his own. He was too busy with his own endeavors to slow down and investigate his theory. Theo was now a fully grown man who was perfectly capable of avenging himself, but he still hadn't followed up with Mr. Arnett. He had been curious enough over the years to look him up, though. He had driven by the law office and even considered going in to confront the man and seek answers, but ultimately, he decided against it. Theo had never even told another soul about his suspicions regarding the lawyer. He had always kept that piece of information to himself. A lot had changed since then. Theo had now made a huge success of his life. When he wasn't traveling, he split his time between New York and Montreal and had beautiful apartments in both cities. There were things he loved about both places, and he felt blessed and honored that he now made enough money to make a real impact in each of them. Theo had recently built a brand new library and revamped a city park in Montreal. Between the two projects, it was a multi-million-dollar endeavor, and Theo wrote the checks without thinking twice. New York reaped the benefits of his generosity in a different way. In its short lifespan, the Shower and Shelter Artist Collective had become a New York City institution. It was the brainchild of and fully funded by Theo Duval. The collective had two parts, artist housing and the artist gallery. Theo bought a 16-story building in the Upper East Side and had the first 2 floors gutted and remodeled for the purposes of the collective. He had the penthouse level redone as well, but that was for his own apartment and the one for his gallery manager. The first floor was the gallery and offices, and on the second floor, there was housing for up to 30 artists at a time. Each of the artists was on a 2-year housing term. They were given a no-frills, one-room apartment with a window, a single bed, and a mini-fridge. They could decorate it however they preferred. The second floor also had immaculately maintained communal kitchens, bathrooms, and showers. And the best and most unbelievable part was that it was completely free for the tenants. The 30 artists who were fortunate enough to have a spot at any given time had to pay for nothing but their own food and art supplies. Theo provided a safe, structured place for them to live rent-free so they could concentrate on creating art. Theo had an eye for good art, so he always chose talented individuals for the spots at S&S. In the years since its opening, S&S had become famous for fostering the careers of New York's finest up-and-coming artists. Theo was an artist as well, though he would describe himself as an art lover/artist and not the other way around. The first floor gallery was a bit of an afterthought to the artist housing, but it was a natural addition to the project given the fact that the art being produced would be best displayed in a storefront. The artists were productive, the gallery was hugely popular, and something that Theo had fully meant for goodwill and charity was now entirely funding itself. It was such a success that Theo was considering opening locations in other cities. He was in his apartment thinking about the possibilities when there came a knock on his door. Theo knew it was Lane and Zoe. They lived in the only other apartment on the penthouse level, and he was dog-sitting their bulldog, so he was expecting their arrival. Lane was Theo's best friend and the manager of S&S. He had fallen in love with one of the artists who came through the collective, and she moved into the apartment with him when they got married. Darlene was their bulldog who had come along just after they tied the knot. She was a big, fat pile of beautiful, chunky gray wrinkles and was just about the prettiest thing you ever did see. She snorted and honked when she walked, and it was almost impossible not to smile when you looked at her. Theo had babysat Darlene a few other times, and he never dreaded it. In fact, most of the time he tried to talk Lane and Zoe into letting him take over ownership of her. Darlene hopped to her feet and began barking as soon as she heard the knock on the door. "Come in," Theo called from the place near the window where he was standing. Zoe came in, wearing a huge grin at the sight of Darlene's chubby body bounding across the living room. She closed the door behind her as she knelt to pet her dog. "How was your weekend?" Theo asked. Any traces of his French accent were barely noticeable. He had totally immersed himself in American culture at the age of 16, and now he could speak English with virtually no French accent and French with virtually no American accent. "We had fun," Zoe said, still leaning to pet Darlene as she crossed the living room. "Thanks for babysitting. Glad we didn't take this little booger. Lane's little niece is just learning to walk, and she didn't need this wrecking ball running around." Zoe and Theo converged in the living room, and she gave him a sideways hug before sitting on the edge of his couch to stare down at her oversized bulldog. "You should just go ahead and give her to me, since you'll have one learning to walk soon, too." Zoe put a hand on her stomach, on the baby that, for 5 months, had been forming inside of her. It still seemed like forever before she gave birth and the baby got old enough to toddle around like little Bethany had done that weekend. "You don't want a dog," Zoe said with a teasing grin aimed at Theo. "You don't want anything that takes that kind of commitment." "What do you mean by that?" Theo asked. He gestured around himself at the fact that he owned the building. "I happen to know a thing or two about commitment." "That's a business commitment," Zoe said. "And you know a lot about that. I'm talking about the emotional kind." She smiled. "Don't take offense, though. I don't mean to offend you. I thought you knew that about yourself." "Knew what about myself?" "I thought you knew you don't commit to any kind of relationships," Zoe said. "Are you referring to relationships with women?" Theo asked. He sat on the arm of the couch and glanced at Zoe with a curious and jovial smile. "I guess," she said. "Or even a dog or anything that would depend on you being in one place for more than 2 days at a time. You know how you are." "Why can't a dog just come with me when I go somewhere? Or a woman, for that matter?" Zoe shrugged and smiled innocently in that charming way she had perfected growing up in Texas. Maybe they can, she said. Maybe they should. I know we're messing around, but you're probably right, he said. I'm not sure I really have the desire to commit to that kind of thing. You mean marriage and kids? Zoe asked. Don't you think you'll settle down one day? Theo shook his head. I can see myself as an old man being surrounded by a big family, but I don't want to do all the stuff it takes to get there. It's too much trouble. I like my life the way it is. I could see sitting back on a porch somewhere, watching the grandkids play in the yard, but I don't really feel like going through all the dating and marriage and kids and everything it takes to get to that point. You date, she said. Yes, but I date casually. I'll take a woman to dinner or to a party, and we'll have a nice evening. But that's where it ends. The other type of dating requires much more of my time. Too much. I just can't do that. Can't or don't want to, she asked. Either. Both. She shrugged. I think you've just never found the right girl. That's what everyone says. I'm not sure there's hope for a right girl anymore. I think I'm past that point. She squinted at him. Why do you say that? Do you think you're some kind of lost cause or something? He let out a humorless laugh. I wasn't talking about that, although maybe I am a lost cause. I was talking about the fact that once a woman knows how much money I have, I can no longer really trust that she loves me for who I am. I know I could go out and get a gorgeous woman to marry me, but I really don't know that I could get that same gorgeous woman if I wasn't who I am. There's no way to know that for sure, she said. I know there's not. I just think it would always be in the back of my mind. So that's what's stopping you from having a relationship? Do you think no one will love you for who you are just because you have money? I don't necessarily want a relationship anyway, but I guess that's a factor, yes. You should just not tell a girl who you are, Zoe said. Go ask someone out on a date and don't tell her you have money. She stated her plan with such casual confidence that Theo let out an uncontrollable laugh. Zoe looked at him like she didn't see what was so funny. What you're saying is that I should try to find a woman, date her, and marry her, all while leading her to believe I'm poor? I didn't say marry her. I said you could ask someone out on a date and not tell her you're rich. You don't have to tell her you're poor. Just don't tell her you're rich. It doesn't work like that. Women have a way of learning something like that in the first 3 questions. It's like, I meet a girl, and the next thing you know, I'm at a job interview. I'd have to look at her face and tell her a lie within the first 10 minutes if I planned on not cluing her in about my money. I find it's best if I'm upfront and honest about everything. I make it clear that there are no strings attached. I don't want a relationship, and especially not one I obtain under false pretenses. So, you can't start a relationship where you tell the girl a lie, and you also can't start one where you tell her the truth, Zoe said as if she was giving a diagnosis. You basically can't start a relationship at all. That's exactly what I've been trying to say. Chapter 2. Caroline Harrison. Jensen Beach, Florida. That same early spring. It was 2 o'clock on a Saturday, and I was sitting behind the register in my family's seaside fish market and deli. It was a local favorite called Joey's Smokehouse, after my dad, but in my family we affectionately referred to it as the store. I had 2 older brothers, and all 3 of us had grown up working at our parents' store. My oldest brother, Will, still worked there with me, but my middle brother had gone to Georgia for college and had never come home. Joey's was a simple, casual operation that sold the freshest fish, both smoked and fresh. My dad was famous for making smoked fish dip, which we sold by the truckloads in little pint-sized containers. We had a couple of menu items, such as sandwiches and salads, but it was more about the fish and the dip. My parents opened Joey's when I was 11, and I was now 30, so I had been working there for over half my life. The store was like a second home to me. We had regulars, fishermen, and locals who had become like family over the years. In fact, I loved it so much that I was currently at the store when I didn't even have to be. I had all my work done an hour before, but I just didn't feel like going home. Not tonight. I'm going out later, I said to Angela, the girl who was working behind the counter. You don't go out, Angela said, looking at me like I was crazy. Yeah, but I'm not feeling like going home tonight. Her face was a mask of confusion. I was famous for loving my house. My parents owned some beautiful land on Hutchinson Island, and my brother and I were both able to build houses on their property. It was extremely picturesque since we had views of both the ocean and the river. I had a dog, and I loved working in my garden, so Angela was correct in being confused by my unwillingness to go home. "What's wrong with you?" she asked. "I'm not going to say," I said with wide eyes. "Because if I say the words out loud, I might cry." "I thought it looked like you've been crying," she said. She pulled back and inspected my cheeks from my eyes down to my jawline, as if looking for any mascara that had ventured astray. I wiped my cheeks. I hadn't cried much, but I had shed a few tears that day. I was surprised she could tell. "What happened?" she asked. "Nobody's hurt or anything, huh?" "No," I said. It's just that Justin and I were, I'm not going to say it right now because I'm going to be quiet for a minute. Hang on." "What is it, Caroline? Were y'all supposed to? Was today the day you were supposed to?" I knew Angela was thinking of the right question, and I nodded. "You and Justin?" she clarified. "Were you supposed to get married today?" I nodded again, and her expression morphed to one of regret before she reached out to hug me. "I'm so sorry," she said, patting my back. "Maybe you should go out. I heard John Michael and the guys talking about going out tonight. You should go with them." I smiled and nodded, even though I didn't really feel like it. In fact, I regretted saying I was even thinking about it. "I probably won't," I said. "I just said that because I didn't want to go home and be alone on what should have been my wedding day. I'll probably just go to Katie and Will's." "I'm sorry, but I, for one, am glad you didn't marry that guy. You need to forget about him." I have been. I mean, it was 8 months ago when we broke up, and I've been doing fine without him. It's just weird that today was supposed to be the day, you know? "How long were y'all together?" 6 years, I said. "Oh, man," she said. "I didn't realize it was that long." I sighed regretfully. "What a waste of time." "Don't beat yourself up," she said. "We all waste time on one thing or another. I'm great at it." I stared straight ahead as Angela greeted and checked out a customer. It was one of the rare times when the customer was someone I'd never seen before, and I was glad for the opportunity to stare straight ahead and not make any conversation. While she was finishing the transaction, I had a whole chain of thoughts about what a waste of time it had been for me to be with Justin. The guy walked away, and the first thing out of my mouth was, "Most of my friends are married." "I'm not married," Angela said. "Yeah, but you've been married." She shrugged. "I know, but I'm not now." I sighed. "I met this boy in Canada when I was 10 years old, and we promised each other that if we weren't married by the time we were 30, we'd find each other and fall in love and everything would be just great. It was my backup plan, and I just remember thinking that was an eternity away and that there was no way I could ever marry him because I'd certainly be married by the time I was 30. Back then, 30 years old seemed like a distant possibility. And now, here it is. Now I'm 30 and unmarried just like I thought I'd never be." "Whatever happened to the guy?" Angela asked. I glanced at her to find that she was wearing a curious, wide-eyed expression. Her obvious interest made me let out a little giggle. "Nothing. I have no idea. I was 10. For a few years, I told my friends I had a boyfriend in Canada, but then Christine Simmons told me that was a dumb, cliché thing for me to say because everyone who had a fake boyfriend or girlfriend said they were from Canada. So I quit talking about Theo after that. That's all he was, my fake Canadian boyfriend." "What were you doing in Canada?" "My whole family went up there. My dad's granddad was in bad health, and he knew he was leaving some things to my dad, so we went up there to get that in order. He's the reason they were able to open the store. We spent a few weeks up in Montreal one summer when I was 10. That boy was my first everything. My first kiss, my first crush. My great-grandpa's place was right next to a public library, and I used to go there while my parents were busy. Theo lived nearby, and he would meet me just about every day. We carved our names into a desk." "So he wasn't your fake boyfriend?" she said. It sounds more like he was your real one. I shrugged. I wished he was, I said. I could still remember what he looked like. I smiled at the thought. Why don't you call him? Angela asked. You said you made a pact about getting married. You should call him up and see if he remembers. I let out a laugh. I don't even know his last name. He didn't speak very good English. He mostly just listened to what I said. He knew a little bit of English, and he taught me a few words in French, but it was hard for us to communicate. Did you kiss him? I felt a wave of emotion at the memory of sneaking around in the library to steal kisses from that boy. I could almost smell the books as I imagined it. He was the cutest boy I had ever seen, and I loved the way he spoke French. Did you kiss him? Angela repeated since I was lost in thought. I nodded. Lots of times, actually. Like 10 times at least. And you made a pact to get married when you turned 30, she asked. I think we did, I said. We had a communication barrier. I said the words in slow, clear English, and he looked like he understood. He agreed to everything I said. I had just seen the same type of pact in a movie, and I wanted to give it a try since I knew we lived far away and we wouldn't be going back to Canada. Did you actually like him, or did you just make that pact to play out a scene in a movie? The movie was just what gave me the idea. I really liked him. I cried when we left. I was in love with him for almost 3 years after that summer, up until I got made fun of for saying I had a boyfriend in Canada. Yeah, but you really did, Angela insisted, taking up for adolescent me, which was really sweet. Not really. I didn't even get his last name. That's what happens when you're 10. Why can't you find him now? You should call that library. You said he lived close by. You never know. Someone could have been working there way back then. They might know who you're talking about. I laughed at how sincere she was. Even if I did manage to track him down, it's not like I could call him and say, hey, remember that pact we made 20 years ago? Well, I'm ready to get married now. Isn't that what they did in the movie? She asked. I thought about it for a second and then shrugged. I don't even remember, I said. Well, why make a pact if you're not going to follow up with it? That's all I'm saying. No, just no. I didn't bring this up so that you could talk me into doing that. I just thought it was funny. Because back then, 30 seemed like a lifetime away, and now, here I am. I think you should call that guy, she said. You never know. Maybe he had a fiancé who turned out to be a real dirtbag too. Maybe y'all's pact is meant to come true. I'm not calling a man out of the blue and asking him if he remembers promising to marry me when we were kids. That's just desperate. I still don't understand the point of a pact if you're too embarrassed to follow through with it. He's probably married, I said. The statement was out of my mouth before I realized it, and I cringed a little at saying that word on a day like today. What's the harm in calling the library? She asked. You ask one person if they knew a boy named Theo who used to live down the street. What's the worst that could happen? They say no? They laugh at you? You are not making me call a library in Montreal, Canada, Angela. Why not? What else are you going to do? Go home and get ready for a big night on the town with John Michael and the boys? You going to shoot some pool at Shooters? I groaned. I can't believe I'm even thinking about this. Angela and I looked at a map, but it was impossible for me to remember where we had been. I called my dad, and he told me the name of the street was a saint name, and that he thought the name of the saint started with an H. I inspected a map with that in mind and came to the recollection that it was St. Hubert. There was indeed a library on this street. I think that's it, I said, pointing at the map. I remember the name Hubert because it reminded me of sherbet when I was little. Okay, here it is, Angela said. She must have done something with my phone because she was handing it to me like she expected me to put it to my ear and speak into it. What did you do? I asked with a stunned expression. I called that library, she said. You can't just call Canada on my phone. I thought we would email or something. I think I just did call, she said regretfully as she dropped the phone into my hand. I'm sorry if it charges you for that. I just pushed the link on their website and it started connecting. She was still talking when a man's voice came over the phone. He said a phrase in French that I wasn't able to understand. I didn't want to hang up on him, so I politely said, "I'm sorry, I only speak English."
"I also speak English," he said. "How can I help you?"
I hesitated for a second. "I'm going to ask a totally random question that you probably don't know the answer to," I said.
"Aw, I really hate not having answers,"
he said with a smile in his voice. "This is a terribly random question, so I won't hold it against you if you don't."
"Well, now you've got me genuinely curious."
"How long have you been working there?" I asked.
8 years, he said proudly. "My name is Charles. How can I help you today?"
"Thank you, but I doubt you'd be able to answer my question if you've only been there for 8 years.
"Really? Why don't you give me a shot? 8 years is quite a bit of experience."
"I'm sure you have plenty of experience, but I need someone who's been working there for about 20 years. Someone who would know a boy who used to live in the neighborhood and come in there a lot. His first name was Theo. He was 10 years old at the time, which would make him 30 now. My grandpa used to live right next door. He played chess there, and the boy played with him." I knew I was rambling nervously, so I intentionally stopped, making myself take a deep breath.
"You're right. I wasn't here 20 years ago, but I believe I know the Theo you're referring to."
"You do?" I asked, feeling amazed. I never in a million years thought the person on the other end would actually know who I was describing.
"I'm pretty certain of it."
"You know a man named Theo who would have lived close by there 20 years ago?"
"Yes."
"Would he be about 30 now?"
"I believe so, yes,"
he said with a smile in his voice. "Do you know how to get in touch with him?"
"I'm not sure, but I think I could."
I spoke with Charles for several minutes after that, explaining in a little greater detail the story about meeting Theo when we were kids, but leaving out the part about the pact, since that would automatically make me seem desperate. I gave him my email address and asked him to please give it to the person he thought was Theo. He was a really nice man who seemed to take interest in my story. I couldn't tell if he knew this person named Theo, or if he just knew of him. Either way, he seemed eager to help me out. He was so friendly that I almost explained to him where the desk was and asked him to seek it out, but I decided not to. He said he would try to reach Theo for me, and I thanked him for the trouble. Chapter 3. Theo. Zoe and her dog, Darlene, were still in Theo's New York apartment when Lane gave a few light taps to the door and let himself in. He gave a little whistle when he stepped inside, and Darlene ran her chubby little body over to the door.
"How'd she do?"
Lane asked, kneeling down to pet his dog.
"She did fine,"
Theo said. He made another statement in French that was in a sweet tone and obviously directed toward Darlene. Lane had been hanging out with Theo long enough to know a little French, but he didn't bother trying to figure out exactly what was being said, since he was almost certain Theo was referring to taking over ownership of his dog.
"We need to look at a few applicants while I have you here," Lane said. "We've got 4 spots coming open back-to-back this fall."
Lane came to sit on the couch with Theo and Zoe.
"We've already decided on a couple of them, right?"
Theo asked.
"Yeah, the oil painting girl and the guy who builds drums. I forgot about him," Theo said. "We've got 2 spots coming open right after that, too, so we need to sit down and talk about it."
Theo gestured to their current situation, at the fact that they were conveniently sitting down at that very moment.
"I narrowed it down to 10, Lane said. "I have their folders in my office." "We can wait until tomorrow," Theo said. "It is Sunday, after all." "There's another email for you to look at whenever you get the chance," Lane said.
He kicked his feet onto the ottoman and stretched out next to Zoe. He put his head on her leg, and Darlene went to stand by them, wagging her tail like crazy. She was still wiggling as she tried to sit down.
"What email?"
Theo asked.
"It came to the S&S email, but it was for you."
Theo gave Lane a curious expression, and Lane shrugged as if it was probably not a big deal.
"It was a guy from the library in Montreal. He said his name was Charles. You'll have to read it. It's talking about a girl who says she knew you at the library when you were a little kid. Some American girl."
"Caroline?" Theo asked. He sat up on the couch and regarded Lane with a serious expression.
"Was her name Caroline?"
Lane was completely stretched out on the couch as he threw his hands up casually.
I think it might have been. I don't know. I barely glanced at the rest of the email once I figured out it was for you. Where is it? It's in the SNS email. Can you forward it to me?
Theo said. His tone was so direct that Lane glanced at him.
Right now? Lane asked.
Theo easily conjured an image in his mind of sweet Caroline. He could see her blue eyes and dimples, and he remembered reaching out to touch her sandy blonde hair. She was like an American angel.
Yes, right now, Theo said. How hard could it be? You probably have your phone in your pocket. Just take it out and let me see that email.
Oh my goodness, Theo, Zoe said in a teasing tone. Lane rolled to the side and took his phone out of his back pocket. He pressed several buttons before handing Theo his phone. Theo read the following email. Dear Sir or Madam, I am trying to reach Theo Duval. My name is Charles Vance, and I am a librarian at the St. Hubert's Street Library in Montreal. We are enjoying our new building immensely, so thanks again for all you have done. I am writing because of a phone call I took today. It was from a young American woman who said she came to Montreal 20 years ago and met a boy named Theo at this branch of the library. She said the boy she knew might be interested in reconnecting with her. I know Mr. Duval grew up near our location, and the age seemed to match, so I thought I would try to reach out for the young lady. I apologize if this has been a waste of your time, but she seemed like a nice person, and I told her I would pass along the information. Please thank Mr. Duval again for everything he's done for our library. We are truly grateful. Sincerely, Charles.
Pass along what information?
Theo asked, holding up the phone and staring at Lane like he was suddenly frustrated.
He said he told her he would pass along information, but he didn't pass along anything. He didn't even tell me her name or how to get in touch with her. Is it Caroline?
Lane reached out and took his phone, regarding the email.
When did it come in?
Theo asked.
Yesterday. Can you please email him back and ask him to put me in touch with the girl?
Lane began typing out a message on his phone, and Zoe looked at Theo with a curious smile. Who's this Caroline, Theo? He couldn't stop a smile from spreading across his face at the sound of her name.
In the back of my mind, I thought she was from Carolina because of her name,
Theo said.
But I honestly have no idea where she's from other than the fact that she's American. I knew her grandpa when I was a kid, but he died right after she went back to the States. She could live right here in New York. I've seen a couple of girls that I thought could have looked like her when she grew up, but honestly, I have no idea what she looks like now. I met her when we were 10.
Theo reclined on the couch, running his hand through his dark hair and breathing a sigh. Did you fall in love or something? Zoe asked. Was she your first kiss?
Her great-grandpa hung out at the library all the time. He's the one who taught me how to play chess. Not long before he died, his family came to visit. They were American, and I barely spoke English back then.
He paused and grinned absent-mindedly at the memory of the beautiful girl, smiling at him and saying a bunch of words he didn't understand. He must have smiled and nodded at the right times, though, because he got to steal kiss after kiss from that adorable blonde. He loved the memory of her. She came into and then out of his life as if riding on the wind.
What are you spacing out about?
Lane asked as he tossed his phone onto the ottoman.
I was thinking about that girl, Caroline. Did you email the guy? Yes, Lane said. What did you tell him?
Theo asked.
That we'd like the girl's contact information. It's gotta be her, Theo said. Who else would it be? Let me see that email again.
This is it, Zoe said triumphantly. Both guys looked at her. Theo was just saying how hard it was for him to get into a relationship. This girl is perfect. She knew him back before he was who he is.
She probably knows who he is now, and that's why she's trying to get in touch,
Lane said cynically. If she knew who he was, she would be the one emailing SNS and not some guy at the library, Zoe said.
We don't even know if it's the same girl Theo is thinking about,
Lane said. I think it is, Zoe said. And I think you should get in touch with her and pretend like you're not rich, just like we talked about.
We did not talk about that,
Theo said. We kind of did, Zoe said, smirking at him.
We don't even know if it's the same girl,
Lane reminded them.
I think it's the same girl,
Lane said 2 hours later when he knocked on Theo's door.
I heard back from that guy and he included the girl's contact information. Caroline Harrison, is that her?
Theo let out a sigh.
It's gotta be her.
Don't tell her who you are if she doesn't already know, Zoe said, sticking her head out of their apartment door.
Your wife is bossing me around,
Theo said with a deadpan expression aimed at Lane. Zoe knew Theo loved her and was just messing around. You know I'm right, she said, teasing him. She closed the apartment door, and Theo and Lane shared a smile as Lane retreated toward his apartment.
Forward me her information, please,
Theo said.
I will. I'm planning on it. Right now?
Theo asked. Lane smiled.
Sure. Thank you.
Theo went into his apartment and picked up his phone immediately. He knew Lane would be quick to send the information, and he was extremely anxious to get it. Lane sent a text to Theo that simply contained an email address. Caroline's name, first and last, were clearly written in her email address, and Theo's heart leapt at the sight of the name written out. He couldn't believe he was a push of a button from reaching out to the girl who had been a legend in his memory for so long. He wrote an email right away. He kept his message fairly vague, just in case it was the wrong girl. He wasn't sure how it could be anyone else, but he wanted to feel it out. He emailed her from a personal Gmail account that didn't have anything to do with S&S.
Caroline, I got your name from a man at the library in Montreal. I believe we might have met when we were kids. Did you travel to Montreal one summer when you were 10 years old? Would you have come in contact with a boy named Theo who lived down the street? Theo.
He wanted to write more. He wanted to add details like the part about how her great-grandfather taught him to play chess, or how he remembered hiding behind bookcases and under desks and running from her older brothers. He wanted to say a lot, but he kept it simple. He had no idea how she was coming into this or if she was even the right person. He pressed send on that email, and it was an hour later when he heard from her. Theo, I cannot believe I called a library in Montreal, Canada, and they were able to put me in touch with you. I am really surprised that I was able to do that. I was telling a friend about that trip to Montreal recently, and you came to mind, so I decided to call. You must still live close to the library if the man knew you. I'm still down in South Florida. I'm wearing flip-flops to work today. I bet that's really different from where you are. Anyway, I just wanted to say I had fond memories of that summer. I hope your life turned out great. I think it's awesome that we were able to connect. All the best, Caroline. Her email was so non-committal and final-sounding that it made Theo antsy and irritated. He typed another email to her that simply asked if he could please call her on the phone. He heard back within minutes. Her email included her cell number, and Theo clicked on it the instant he saw it. It began ringing, and he held it to his ear. Chapter 4. Caroline. You have a New York number, was the way I answered the phone. It was an unconventional greeting, but I had expected to see a Canadian number, and it was just the first thing that popped out of my mouth.
That's because I'm in New York,
he said. His accent was so perfectly American that a wave of worry washed over me. I was quiet as I contemplated whether or not this person could be the Theo I knew as a child. I think I might have the wrong... the person I was trying to contact spoke French. Just then, the same deep voice that had been speaking perfect English said a whole phrase in French. I had no idea what he was saying, of course, but the ease at which he transitioned from one to the other made me realize that this might indeed be the Theo I knew. My heart began pounding. I listened to his phrase in French, and then I just sat quietly on the other end, feeling too shaken up to think of what to say next. This is gonna trip me out if you're the same Theo I met at the library when I was a kid.
I am him, he said. I'm the only Theo at that library who was 10 years old 20 years ago. And I met a girl named Caroline back then, so I'm almost sure I'm the right guy. It would be pretty amazing if there were two of us that match those specs.
I don't know what to say, I said. I didn't think I would actually be able to get in touch with you, and it's just a trip hearing you speak English so well. I'm speechless. It's unbelievable to me that you could be the same guy.
Would it help if I said something else in French?
Yes, I said, just because I wanted to hear him again. He said a couple of sentences in perfect French. I understood the word for library, and he said my name as well. My whole body was clinched tightly with excitement as I listened to him. I unintentionally held my breath.
Are you there?
He asked after a few seconds of silence. Yes.
Is that enough to convince you?
I think so, I said. It's just still hard to believe.
If you need more proof, I could also tell you that I brought a pocket knife into the library, and we carved our names into a desk.
I remember that, I said. I spoke softly because I felt breathless. I thought you were the coolest person ever for doing that.
I still have that desk, he said.
You do?
Yes, I salvaged it and a few other things when we built the new library. I also saved the table and chess set your great-grandfather used to use all the time, if you're interested in that.
Really? I asked. I was stunned, honestly. Do you work at the library or something? I asked. He let out a little laugh.
No, I'm in New York, he said.
I know, I remember you saying that, but you also said when we built the library, so I just assumed you were...
I don't work at the library, but I do stay connected with them somewhat.
I guess that's how Charles was able to reach you.
Yes, it is,
Theo said with a smile in his voice.
What is it that you do, Caroline?
He asked. I work at my family's seafood market, I said. We have a business right on the water. We sell fish, basically.
And this is a business you started with your husband?
Theo asked. His question took me off guard, and I cleared my throat. It was my mom and dad who started the business, I said. My brother and I both work for them, and we have shares in the company, but it was my parents who started it. I paused for a second and then somewhat awkwardly added, I'm not married. I was going to be, but I'm not. It didn't happen. It was supposed to happen yesterday. I'm sorry for saying that. I'm giving you too much information because I'm nervous.
Why are you nervous?
Because I didn't think I'd get in touch with you. I wasn't expecting to be talking on the phone to my fake Canadian boyfriend right now.
Why weren't you married yesterday?
He asked, blowing past my fake Canadian boyfriend comment. Because I broke up. We broke up. We broke up a long time ago. Yesterday was just supposed to be the day we... I'm embarrassed that I even mentioned it. It's not a big deal. Are you married? I clenched my eyes and my fists shut, making myself stop talking. I was so full of nerves that I had to take long, deep breaths to keep from panicking as I waited for his answer.
I'm not married, he said. Nor have I ever been.
While we were conveniently on the subject of getting married, I was tempted to bring up our pact, but obviously I couldn't. I fought against the urge. And you live in New York? I asked.
Yes,
he said. He made a short humming sound like he was about to add something, but then decided not to. Were you going to say something? I asked.
No, I was just going to say that I still go to Montreal sometimes.
I haven't been back since the last time I saw you, I said.
That was a long time ago, he said. I bet we've both changed since then.
I still remember what you look like, I said.
Me too, he said. I don't remember a ton of things from that far back, but I remember you.
Did you understand anything I said to you back then? I asked.
A little, he said, but mostly no.
Because I told you I was going to call when I was 30, I said. That's why it crossed my mind to call you.
I don't remember you saying that, he said. I remember trying to listen to you, but I was unpracticed in English, and I kept being distracted by your face. Why did you say you were going to call me at 30? What made you choose that number?
I saw it in a movie, I said, since I couldn't think of anything better to say than the truth.
What happened in the movie?
He asked. I don't remember.
What did you think would happen when you called me?
I don't know. It's crazy that I'm actually talking to you. It kind of reminds me of a message in a bottle, You never think it will actually happen to you, but now it is.
What are you saying?
He asked in a sweet tone, as if honestly trying to understand. I actually have no idea, I said. I don't think the two are similar at all. I just felt like they were for a second. I still do, actually. Basically, I think of you as a message in a bottle, even though I can't explain why.
What do I say?
He asked with a smile in his voice. You mean if you were a message, what would you say?
Yeah.
You tell me, I said. What would you say?
I'll have to think about that for a minute. I'm just finding out that I'm a message.
Take your time, I said.
In the meantime, Theo said, I think it's only fair that you text me a picture.
I put Theo on speakerphone so that I could text him a recent picture. I had one I liked of myself from about a year before where I was really dressed up for a wedding. But instead I sent a recent one my brother had taken of me and my dog. We were out on my parents' dock, and I had my hair in a ponytail and my feet dangling off the edge.
What kind of dog is that?
Theo asked as soon as the picture came through. He's got the body of a boxer with the brindle markings and everything, but his head's more like a lab or blue heeler or something. He's a mutt, basically, but I love him. Elroy.
I can only see the side of your face in this picture. He said, there's more of Elroy than there is of you.
You go first and then I'll send another, I said.
Do you want a picture of me?
He asked. Of course I do, it's only fair. I was staring at my phone when the text came through. I could see from the thumbnail size of it that Theo was handsome. He looked exactly like I thought he would. He looked exactly like an older version of the 10-year-old I knew. I tapped on the picture, making it come to full size. Goodness gracious, I couldn't even bear to look at it. I glanced at it briefly before holding the phone to my chest and squeezing my eyes closed.
Are you there?
Theo asked. You gave me a picture of your face, I said.
I sure did.
You look just like you.
I hope so,
he said. I mean, really? I marveled, staring at it. You're him.
I told you I was him,
he said. It was a mind-blowing experience, seeing his face in the picture and hearing his voice come through the speaker. I almost felt like his photograph could see me. I caught myself straightening my posture as I stared at his face. His hair was darker than it had been when we were kids. I still had pretty light hair, but it used to be platinum blonde, and now it was more like brownish blonde with lighter tips thanks to a little help from my friend from high school who now owned a salon. You look the same, I said, still marveling at his picture.
I wish I could say the same for you, he said. But unfortunately, I'm only able to see Elroy in this picture.
I laughed. That's not true, but I'll send you another one. I scrolled through my photographs, trying to decide which one to send. I decided on one my mom had taken of my brother and me at the store. I chose it because it was one of my most recent pictures, and you could clearly see my face.
Is this your brother?
Theo asked as soon as a text went through. Yes.
I think I recognize him. He terrorized me.
He terrorized you because he thought you wanted to kiss me.
I did want to kiss you,
Theo said.
And I did kiss you. His plans to stop me didn't work.
Nope, I said. They sure didn't. We were silent for several long seconds. I became nervous and considered about 3 different topics, but was unable to decide on one.
What did you think you'd say when you turned 30 and called me?
He asked.
Is this the conversation you had in mind when you were 10 years old?
I couldn't tell him the truth about my original plan, which was that we would be married. I guess I just thought I would call you and say, hey, what's up? I said.
Just, hey, what's up? We used to be 10 and now we're 30. Here's a picture of what we look like now. And that's it? Do you want to maybe at least plan to exchange pictures again when we're 50?
Yeah, no, I'm sure that's not really what I was thinking, I said.
What were you thinking?
I'm sure I was basically planning a full ride into the sunset with you, I said, laughing a little at myself.
A full ride?
He asked, teasing me.
Not just a partial ride?
A full ride, I said. But don't worry, I don't expect that now. I actually didn't expect you to contact me back, or for any of this to be happening. Theo and I talked for about an hour after that. I sent him a better picture of me, and he said sweet things about my appearance and the fact that I was the same girl he remembered from all those years ago. I was relieved that he remembered our encounter so well. It was a little bittersweet learning that he didn't understand much of what I said, but he remembered a lot, and we laughed about hiding from my brother and the librarians, and the way Theo cut his finger with the pocket knife and tried to act like it didn't hurt. We asked each other questions about our lives now, sometimes giving silly answers and sometimes giving serious ones. Theo was open with me about some things, but he gave vague answers to some of my questions that had to deal with his job. I had the feeling he was a good person, but there were definitely a few things he was keeping private. I almost felt like maybe he worked for a government agency, like some special ops top secret 007 stuff. In spite of the fact that I knew I wasn't getting full disclosure from Theo, I had fun catching up with him. It was interesting to hear about some of the places his life had taken him and some of the situations he had been in. He also spoke in French a few more times upon my request.
"I've got to go," Theo said out of nowhere. "I'm supposed to get dinner with a few friends, and I'm already running late."
"Oh, I'm so sorry," I said.
"No, it was my choice to talk to you. I got dressed while we were talking. The problem is that I pushed it to the last minute, and now I really have to just hang up the phone."
"Okay, well, I'm really glad we connected," I said. "I had fun talking to you."
"I did too," he said. "I think we should have a replay of Montreal, don't you?"
"What's that mean?"
"It means I think we should see each other again."
"Are you suggesting one of us get on a plane and go to another city?" I asked.
"I suppose that will have to happen, seeing how there is quite a bit of distance between us." "Why? Does it seem crazy?" he asked.
"A little," I said.
"Are you up for it?"
"Yes." Chapter 5. "So, you're gonna hook up with him after 20 years? Katie asked a few days later when I was having dinner with her and my brother.
"She didn't say anything about hooking up,"
my brother said, looking at his wife from next to her in the booth. Katie squinted at him. "She knows what I mean," she said. "Meet up. I was just asking if she was gonna meet up with him, Will." Will peeled open an edamame pod and skillfully popped the 3 beans into his mouth with one side of the casing. Katie knew I loved sushi, so she and my brother usually called me when they went out for it. My nephews, Ben and Jack, were 6 and 3, and they preferred mac and cheese, so they stayed at my parents' house.
"Are you?"
Will asked, looking at me.
"Are you meeting him in person?"
I shrugged. "I think we might," I said. "I thought you just said he already made plans," Katie said. "I know," I said.
"Then why did you just say you think you might?" Will asked. "Is he coming here or not?"
"He is. I'm just nervous about it, so it's crazy for me to say it out loud." "What are you nervous about?" Katie asked. "Everything. The fact that I haven't seen him in 20 years, plus he leaves stuff out when I ask him certain questions."
"What the heck does that mean?"
my brother asked with a protective expression.
"I hope you're not inviting some wacko over here."
"I hope not either," I said. "I can tell he's really smart, so that makes me feel a little better."
"Smart wackos are the scariest kind," Will said, eating a piece of nigiri. "They're the ones who play mind games."
He made a really serious expression at me, and I rolled my eyes at him. "You let him watch too many movies," I said, looking at Katie. "Why do you say he leaves stuff out when you talk to him?" she asked. "Do you think he's being dishonest with you?" "No," I said. "If I distrusted him, I would never agree to meet." I paused for a second and then added, "He is slightly elusive, though." "How? Why? What does he do that's elusive?" Katie asked.
"How many times have you talked to this character?" Will asked.
"Twice," I said. I turned to Katie to answer her question about being elusive, but Will cut in again.
"Twice?" he said. "You talked to a guy twice and he's flying all the way over here? I don't know about this, Caroline."
"I'm the one who reached out to contact him, Will, and not the other way around. It's not like he was seeking me out. And besides, I want to see him. I would have been willing to go to New York if he wouldn't have come here. I like him, Will. He's a really nice guy."
"Nice, but elusive,"
my brother said, reminding me of my own words. What did you mean by that? Katie asked. I don't know. I don't really know what he does. I feel like he might be lying to me, but in a good guy sort of way, like he might work for the CIA or something. He knows a lot about art, though. I don't know how that would factor into it. Maybe he's an art thief, Katie said with a wide-eyed expression like she'd just solved a mystery. That's someone who would know a lot about art and also seem elusive. Maybe he's coming down here to do a huge heist, and he needs you to be in on it. He might have an elaborate plan where you have to play the damsel in distress. He's not an art thief, I insisted. And at the same time, my brother said, She's not going to steal any art. Okay, Katie said defensively. She smiled and lifted her hands. It would make sense about why he would act sketchy and know a lot about art, though. I'm just saying, don't take him around any art museums or galleries unless you want to get in on a heist. She was joking around, of course, pushing her husband's buttons since he had always been protective of me.
When's he coming?
Will asked. Saturday.
This Saturday?
I nodded.
Tomorrow?
He asked. I nodded again. Where are y'all meeting? Katie asked.
At the store,
Will said instantly, referring to the family business.
Or at my house,
he added. The library, I said. Aww, Katie said, since she remembered the part about where we met. Will still didn't seem too excited about it.
What do you know about him?
Will asked. He was an only child, and his parents died when he was 16. That's when he left Montreal and headed for New York. You should hear him speak French. He speaks English with no accent, and then he switches over to perfect French.
No, I don't know if you should do it, Caroline,
Will said, shaking his head. He was so serious that I stared at him with a confused expression. I'm doing it, I said. I wasn't asking for your permission. I can meet a man at a library in the middle of the day if I want, Will.
What are you supposed to do? He asked. What's supposed to come of it? I know this guy's not trying to fly down here just to get you to say hello to him, Caroline. He's going to be expecting something.
Will, stop, Katie said, nudging her husband with her shoulder. She just told you she was a grown woman.
I want to meet him,
Will said. I laughed. No way.
Why not?
Because you'd give him the 3rd degree, obviously. Will put his palms up like he didn't see what the problem was.
If he's a good guy, he can handle the 3rd degree. He shouldn't have anything to hide.
I love you, Will, but no, I got this, I said. I don't want to give him the 3rd degree, Katie said. I just want to meet him. I wish you would bring him around just because I'm curious. I can't fathom that you saw him one summer when you were kids, and now you're meeting up with him again. He looks exactly like he did back then, I said.
What is supposed to come of this?
Will asked again. He still looked a little annoyed.
What could possibly happen with the guy who lives in New York when you live down here? Are you supposed to pick up your life and move to New York City?
Good grief, William, Katie said. She's just trying to meet the guy.
Yeah, but why would she even want to meet him unless she's going to start dating him? And what's the point if he lives in New York?
These are all valid concerns, I said, and I will gladly smile and pretend to consider them, brother, especially since you have agreed to pay for sushi tonight. I smirked at Will, and he narrowed his eyes at me.
I'm serious, he said. You're only trying to see him because you like him, right? And what's really the point when you live across the country?
The point, Will, is that I liked him back then. I liked him a lot. I remember really having a connection with him. My brother shook his head, looking unconvinced.
You said y'all didn't even understand each other.
We did some of the time, I said, and I could just tell by the way we looked at each other that I don't even have to explain this to you. What do you think he does? Katie asked. She smiled and wiggled her eyebrows as if speculating about this guy was her new favorite thing to do. CIA, Navy SEAL, FBI, art thief? I kind of picture him robbing casinos like George Clooney and Brad Pitt. My brother rubbed his own forehead as if his wife's speculation did nothing but give him a headache. She smiled at his gesture and leaned into him as a means of apologizing for pushing his buttons.
Does he have money?
Will asked. How would I know that?
Did he say anything about coming up with the money to fly over here?
No.
Did he ask if he could stay at your place?
No. Will shrugged.
Then he's at least got a little money.
What's his last name? Katie asked. We can just search him on Facebook. Panic rose inside me when she asked the question. I was aware of the fact that I didn't know his last name, but I hadn't expected her to ask me for it. I cleared my throat and then I took a bite of sushi, all while pretending that I hadn't heard Katie's question. This is so good, I said, smiling at them as I finished my bite.
What's his name?
Will asked. Theo.
Theo who?
What? I asked, pretending not to hear him.
What's his last name? My brother pressed.
Yeah, you could just check him out on Facebook, Katie said. I don't want to do that, I said. I want to just have the experience of meeting him at the library like we did when we were kids. I want it to be like it was 20 years ago before we had Facebook and all that.
You don't know the guy's name,
my brother accused. His eyebrows were raised as if I was a child who was getting in over my head. So what? I asked. I don't even know if he knows mine. He's a nice guy, a smart guy. I'm just going to run into him in a public place and see what happens. We might go our separate ways and not see each other again for 20 more years.
That's just weird,
Will said. No, it's not, Katie said. She's just saying they're going to see what happens. Exactly, I said. I finished having dinner with my brother and his wife before we parted ways so they could go to a movie. I went home to get Elroy before driving us to a stretch of beach that I loved to walk. It was a beautiful evening, and I enjoyed our walk, contemplating all the things that may or may not happen the next day at the library. I was in the middle of daydreaming about Theo when I decided to call. I wanted to talk to him, but I didn't feel like stopping to text, so before giving myself too much time to think about it, I pressed the button to give him a call. I had in earbuds for listening to music, so I slipped my phone into my pocket, smiling when I heard it begin to ring. It rang 3 times, and I was just about to find my phone and press the button to hang up when Theo picked up the phone. My heart began racing the instant I heard him, and suddenly I was mad at myself for calling. Hello? I asked.
1 second,
he said. I heard him say,
thank you,
to someone on the other end before speaking to me again.
Hello,
he said. Hi, am I disturbing you?
No,
he said.
What are you doing?
I'm walking Elroy, I said. I'm down at the inlet. It's a beautiful night.
I know. At least it is down here.
You mean up there? I asked.
Down here, he said. I'm 2 hours south of you.
Miami? I asked.
Yes.
What are you doing there?
I came in this morning thinking I'd explore a little bit. It's a city I have always been curious about. I was checking out the art scene.
Do you have a sketchy job? I asked.
No,
he said. I could hear him smiling. Are you an art thief? I asked.
No.
Some other kind of thief?
I'm no kind of thief, he said. Why would you think that?
Are you a criminal of any sort?
No.
Because to me you seem like a totally reasonable person.
That's because I am a totally reasonable person,
he said.
Most of the time, anyway.
Military? I asked, trying to get one last guess in.
No, I'm not in the military,
he said. Just tell me I can trust you, I said. You know, with my safety.
I'm not sure why you're worried, but yes, you can trust me with your safety, Caroline.
You would say that even if I couldn't, huh?
I guess I would, yes.
Both of us had a smile in our voice, so we shared a second or two of lighthearted silence. I can't believe you're 2 hours from me, I said.
I know. I thought about driving up there to see you, but I thought if I waited 20 years, I could wait 1 more day. Plus, I figured you wouldn't be hanging out at the library on a Friday night.
Nope, I said. I'm on the beach. I ate sushi with Will and Katie, and now I've got Elroy down at the beach. He loves it.
I'm on the beach, too, he said.
A wave of unnecessary jealousy hit me when he said he was at the beach. I wondered what sort of scantily clad, bikini-wearing women were in his vicinity. I closed my eyes and reminded myself that I had no reason to have any types of feelings about this guy. He could do whatever he wanted. "Do you like Florida?" I asked. "Are you staying at a nice place?"
"I do, and I am," he said. "Miami's got a lot going on. I'm looking forward to Jensen Beach, though."
"Oh, really? Jensen? What's in Jensen?" I asked. I smiled at myself for being so bad at flirting as Elroy pulled me down the shore.
"This girl," Theo said, playing along with me. "Just this girl I used to know."
Chapter 6. "I can't do it. I'm calling him. I'm canceling. I'm turning around. I'm hyperventilating over here." "Caroline, calm down," Katie said. "You're not hyperventilating." Her voice came across the stereo speakers of my car. I called her on my way to the library even though I had just left her house. I had other people in my life who knew I was going to meet Theo that day, but Katie was the one I had confided in the most. "Just bring him over here," she said. "Your brother will grill some burgers for dinner tonight." "You just want to meet him," I said. "Yes, I do." "Don't worry about burgers," I said. "I don't know how it's going to go or what we're going to decide to do. He strikes me as a kind of private person. I wouldn't be surprised if I spent an hour or so with him and he went on his way." "Then why are you so nervous?" she asked. "Because I don't want him to do that." "What do you want him to do?" "Not that. I don't know what I'm expecting. I wasn't expecting to be doing this at all. My stomach is turning flips right now. I seriously have the sensation of being on a roller coaster and I'm just sitting in my car. Plus, I'm embarrassed when I think of the conversations we've had on the phone. I think I told him I wanted to ride off into the... I trailed off. "The sunset?" Katie asked. "No, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just nervous." I pulled into a parking spot at the library and I killed the engine, staring out of the front window and feeling like it would take a miracle for me to get out of the driver's seat. I was so anxious to see Theo that I couldn't think straight. I was supposed to meet him there at 2 o'clock, and I came 15 minutes early just so I could have the advantage of standing still while he walked up to me. "Besides, you look beautiful." Katie's voice was coming through my phone since I had already turned the car engine off. I was so nervous that I had totally forgotten I was on the phone with her. I put the phone to my ear. "What did you say?" "I said you look beautiful. You should feel great about going in there." "Thank you," I said. "Call if you need us to check on Elroy," she said. "I don't think I'll be gone that long, but thank you." "You're welcome. I love you." "I love you too." "Hey," she said. "Yeah?" "Have fun." I sighed. "I will. Just relax and be yourself," she said. I told Katie goodbye and took another deep breath, praying for bravery as I hung up the phone and began moving toward the library. It was a small branch, and because we were in Florida and not Canada, it looked very different from the library where Theo and I met. There were palm trees and tropical flowers lining the walkway as I went inside. "Caroline Harrison, I was just talking about your family the other day, sweetheart. How are y'all doing? I need to go to the store and get some of your daddy's dip." I smiled at the older lady. There was a checkout station near the entrance, and I recognized one of the women working behind the desk. I had gone to high school with some of her grandsons. I was the school mascot, and my brothers both played football, so I knew a lot of the football players, and her grandsons were among them. Her name was Ms. Bonnie, and she was always really into the games. In fact, she currently had on a T-shirt that said Panther Football. "Hey, Ms. Bonnie. How are you, sweetheart? Come on over here and give me a hug. I feel like it's been ages." She stood up, expecting me to walk over to her, which I did. I did it quickly, though, because I knew she liked to talk, and I did not want to be standing at the front desk with all those curious women when Theo walked in. I had plans to find this little nook I knew existed over in fiction and situate myself in it so I could wait for Theo to arrive. I would get there and straighten my clothes and have enough time to gather my thoughts and catch my breath. My little detour, Ms. Bonnie, squeezed me tightly when I came in for the hug. She was a cushiony-feeling lady, and I squeezed her back. She smiled at me and turned me around by the shoulders as if showing me off to the other ladies. "This is Caroline Harrison. Her family owns Joey's Smokehouse." "Oh," one lady said, nodding and looking impressed. "I just love your dip. They carry it at Publix now over in the local section." "I didn't know that," Bonnie said. "I'm gonna have to pick up some on my way home." She still had her hand on my arm, but she looked at the women. "Caroline's brothers were both all-state running backs," she added, "and Caroline wore the Panther suit with the cheerleaders." She smiled and rubbed my arm with her soft grandma hands. "She was such a wonderful little mascot, she was. She could flip and flop all over the place." I really wasn't that good. I took turns with another girl on account of how hot it was in the costume, and she was much better than I was. She was serious about it. She could do all kinds of stunts and everything. I was pretty much just a goofball who danced with the marching band and cut up with the cheerleaders. I didn't tell Ms. Bonnie she was probably thinking of Letitia, though. I just smiled and accepted her compliment as I started to inch away. "Thank you," I said. "I had fun doing that." "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Are you looking for a particular book?" No, ma'am, I'm just looking. I'll probably just browse. I like fiction. Romance, spy, mostly mystery, any of that. I like fiction." Bonnie had already headed back to her chair, but she started back toward me as if she was going to show me to the right section. "Oh, no, ma'am," I said with a hand out to stop her. "I'm good. I know where I'm going. I'm just browsing." "Are you sure?" she asked. I nodded and waved at her as I walked away. I rounded the corner that led to the fiction section and set my sights on the spot I had been imagining. There was a private little padded bench in between two sets of shelves, and I was happy to see that it was unoccupied. I went to it and sat down, taking a deep breath and trying to shake off my crippling nerves. I had only been there for about 3 seconds when someone walked up from the aisle behind me and sat down next to me. The person had approached me from behind, and I hadn't yet turned to look at him, but I knew it was Theo. I knew it because who else would be a wonderful, smelling, manly presence in the public library who would choose to come sit right next to me for no reason at all? No one, that's who. It was Theo. There was no doubt about it. I was looking straight into my lap, and because the bench connected 2 different aisles and he had approached me from the other side, I still hadn't seen his face. I could make out a little bit out of the corner of my eye, but not much. All I had to do was turn and fully face him, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. We were sitting so close that our hips were almost touching. I took in the curves of his back out of my periphery, and I took another deep breath, hoping I could speak if spoken to. I kept expecting him to turn and look at me, but he didn't. There were just a few inches separating us, but we both just stared straight ahead and didn't look at each other. He said nothing. We just sat there for what must have been 2 minutes and didn't say a single thing. We didn't even look at each other. It was the most awkward, interesting, beautiful silence I had ever experienced. "Are you Theo?" I asked finally.
"Yes. Are you Caroline?"
"Yes," I said.
"What's going on in that head of yours, Caroline?"
"I was just thinking that there aren't too many people in the world who get to experience something like this," I said. "I think it's important that we take in the amazing unlikelihood of this moment."
"I'm enjoying this moment too," he said. "And I think I'll enjoy it even more when I turn and look at you."
"Don't," I said. "I'm scared. I don't want to do it."
"You're not scared," he said. "Not someone who dressed up in a panther costume."
"Oh, gosh, you heard all that?" I asked.
"I wasn't trying to listen. You guys were just talking really loud."
I let out a laugh. "Miss Bonnie, why'd you come early?" I asked.
"I left Miami a little early since I didn't know about traffic. I just came straight here. It's a wonderful little library."
"Say something in French," I said. Theo proceeded to say a whole phrase that I didn't even try to understand. I loved the sound of the words even though I didn't know the meaning of them. "What did you say?" I asked.
I said, I still have a scar from the cut I got from that pocket knife.
He was sitting on my right side with his back to mine. Before I knew what was happening, he scooted back far enough to stretch his arm into my lap. I looked down at his hand, forgetting to breathe. He rubbed the side of his finger with his thumb.
Right here,
he said. I instinctually held his hand, cradling it in front of me so I could inspect the small scar. I was staring down at it when he shifted so that he could look at me. I could feel him staring at the side of my face, but I couldn't make myself look. I was already a big bundle of nerves just from sitting next to him and holding his hand. When I realized the bodily sensations that were occurring inside of me as a result of touching him, I smiled and gave him back his hand. I can't believe you have a scar, I said, smiling but still not looking at him. I remember you cutting yourself. I shouldn't have let go of his hand because he used his newfound freedom to touch my chin, urging me to look up at him. I cried instantly. I don't know why it happened, but tears sprang to my eyes the instant they met his. I looked away, blinking like crazy. Theo tilted my chin again, looking me over thoughtfully as if really contemplating what he saw. I took in his face, but I could hardly stand to look into his dark eyes. When I looked at his eyes, I saw the same boy. He was the same boy, giving me the same expression. That expression had the same effect on me now as it did then. His eyes spoke to me. Only now he was a man, and they said different things. I felt pulled toward him just as I had all those years ago.
Some things never change, do they?
He whispered. You're taller, I said.
So are you,
he said. His eyes were brown, and just like when we were young, I could see gold in them. I stared at the bone structure of his face, marveling how something could be entirely the same and yet altogether different. How long are you staying? I asked. I thought of my brother and the things he was saying about meeting Theo being pointless. What's your last name? I asked when I thought of Will.
Duval,
he said. Like Robert?
Like Robert,
he agreed.
And as far as my trip, I was planning on Monday. My flight out is for Monday.
Do you have to be back for work? I asked, trying to make him tell me what he did for a living. He shook his head.
Not really.
What do you do?
I buy and sell art mostly, but I do a little of everything. I enjoy trying new things. I try to try new things as often as I can.
I smiled at him. An art dealer, huh? I figured you did something with art, but I thought it was more secretive than that because you were so reluctant to give me any details.
I didn't really want to go into it. I was hoping you wouldn't look me up, not until I got here and had the chance to look at you face to face.
Why didn't you want me to look you up? I asked. What would I find? Are you notorious or something?
Not really, but my name does come up when you search it on the internet. There was a documentary. It was about I have this collective in New York, and Anyway, my name comes up when you search it, and I just wanted to get here and meet you face to face first. That's all.
I stared straight into his eyes and gave him a little smile. I wanted to know everything about him all at once, and I didn't even know where to start. What did our face-to-face tell you? I asked. He grinned.
That you're crazy about me, even though you have no idea who I am.
Are you famous? I asked.
No, at least not in the way you're probably thinking.
Do you know any famous people? I asked.
Yes.
Are you friends with famous people?
Yes.
I stared at him, trying to figure out how I felt. He had on a regular t-shirt and jeans, but I could tell by the way he was groomed and the way he carried himself that he was a man of power. So you deal art, and you know famous people?
Yes to both of those, but I wouldn't necessarily choose those two things as my proudest accomplishments.
What are your proudest accomplishments? I asked. Theo was quiet and contemplative for several seconds before smiling at me.
You go first,
he said. Chapter 7. I don't know what I'd consider my proudest accomplishment, I said. I work hard. I have nice things and I'm thankful for them. I have a good life. I went to college. I love God. I'm good to people. But honestly, there hasn't been some monumental achievement. I glanced at him. Has there been with you?
I was trying to think of that a minute ago when you first asked me, and I guess the answer is yes. I've had the opportunity to live through some pretty cool accomplishments.
Like what?
I've started businesses and nonprofits and been pretty successful in quite a few ventures. I've had the honor of sending a few underprivileged kids to college, too. I love doing that.
I let out a little laugh, thinking he was joking. He said it so casually that I honestly thought he was, but his facial expression told me he was actually serious. Are you being serious? Did you pay for somebody to go to college?
Yes,
he said, looking like he couldn't quite believe it himself. Really? Their whole tuition?
Yes.
More than one kid? Theo sighed as if looking for the right words.
I know it seems crazy, but it's honestly hard for me to believe the way my life came together. I don't really feel like I can take credit for any of it.
Why do you say that?
Because I just followed a recipe. Simple as that.
What recipe? I asked.
You said you believe in God, so you can appreciate it when I tell you it was something I read in the Bible.
A recipe? I asked. Theo smiled.
Not really. Although I thought of it like that at the time and it worked, so yeah, maybe it was a recipe.
What was it? I asked.
Remember I told you I left Canada at the age of 16?
He asked. I nodded.
Well, when I left, I was under the impression that I had just been given a get-out-of-jail card. I had probably been lied to, but I had no idea at the time. I thought this guy had just helped me out and given me more money than I deserved. He gave me $4,000, and that seemed like $1 million to me back then. I came to New York thinking I was rich.
Where did the recipe come in? I asked.
He smiled. I'm getting there, he said. Like I said, I was young at the time. All I knew was that I loved art. I loved looking at it and making it. I'm a true student and appreciator of art. I really love it when people can use their hands to create something beautiful. Anyway, so I have this $4,000, and I literally said out loud to God, I want to do something with art, and I want to live a good life. Tell me what to do. God didn't say anything or give me any sorts of feelings when I asked that, so I took a Gideon Bible out of the hotel drawer and I closed my eyes as I opened it. I put my hand down on the page, telling myself that when I opened my eyes, I would read whatever was in front of me. My fingers were positioned in just the right way that there were 3 verses between my finger and thumb. This is the recipe I was talking about. It's a passage in Timothy. I had a handful of cash in one hand and a Bible in the other as I looked at the words, and I just felt in my heart that God was talking straight to me. It said not to trust in uncertain riches. That's what got my attention. I didn't want my riches to be uncertain, so I kept reading. Then it said to do good and to be rich in good works, ready to give and willing to share. I didn't really understand that I was poor with $4,000, so I took those words very literally, and I immediately began living by them. I started sharing my money, and the rest is history. It's seriously a miracle. It's like that original $4,000 is still just multiplying out of my pocket. I do my best to balance being generous and being wise, but I err on the side of generosity, and it hasn't failed me yet.
I sat there thinking about everything he said. I don't know what I expected when I reached out to the boy from the library, but this wasn't it. Not only was he incredibly handsome, but obviously he was also a wonderful person. So, you're an art dealer who gives a bunch of money away and it just keeps multiplying? He laughed.
Basically. I mean, don't get me wrong, I work hard. I don't just sit back and hand money to people expecting someone to hand it to me. I run businesses and make plans and set goals, but there is something supernatural going on with my finances for sure. I have help. Nobody would look at me and say I am a religious person, But you asked about my accomplishments, and I felt like I needed to tell you that the stuff I was most proud of came about by me blindly following that advice in that hotel Bible.
And look where you are now, I said, still following the recipe. That's pretty amazing. Theo smiled and shrugged as if he couldn't explain it.
It's amazing to me too, honestly.
You're really inspiring. I feel like I want to go sign up to work at a food bank or something.
Don't give me too much credit, he said. I don't suffer. Like I said, I just blindly trusted God with that first little bit, and it's been going from there.
Do you still make art? I asked.
I do. I like to draw. I like to paint. I don't get to do it all the time, but I do enjoy it. How about you?
I took an art class in college, and I liked it, but it's not my passion or anything. If I had to choose something that I truly love to do, it would have to be gardening. I don't know if that counts as a talent, but I do love it. It's probably the thing that gives me the most pleasure. I like to work the ground. It's fun for me to plant something and take care of it. I love to watch it grow and reap the benefits of it. I don't mind working at my parents' store either. I get to see my family, and we have a lot of regulars that come in.
I guess you don't have any plans to move to New York then.
I smiled at him as I shook my head. No, and you sound like my brother.
Why?
He asked me why in the world I'd want to meet up with you when you live so far away.
Why do you?
Theo asked. I shrugged. Because you made a promise to me when we were 10 years old. So what if you agreed to it without knowing what I was saying? You still agreed to it.
What was the promise?
Theo asked. That if neither of us were married by the time we were 30, we would meet up again.
I didn't know being married had anything to do with it. You didn't mention the part about not being married.
Are you married? I asked.
No.
Have you been married?
No,
Theo said.
You just didn't mention that the last time we talked. What does being married have to do with it?
I squinted at him because I knew he was teasing me. It would change things a little if one of us was married, don't you think? I asked. He looked at me with a completely confused expression.
How? How would that change things? Are you saying you like me for a boyfriend? Did you bring me here because you like me?
He was acting serious and shocked, but I knew he was being a big clown. I nudged him with my shoulder. No, I said. You got on my nerves back then. I really wanted to get back at you for bugging me so much. My brother is waiting outside to beat you up.
Well, I didn't like you either, he said. I still don't.
He reached up and touched a piece of hair that was hanging near my face.
I hate the way these little pieces of hair fall out of your ponytail. I hate your dimples and your smile and your eyes. Your blue eyes, Caroline. I hate them. They're the worst.
I smiled. He was whispering to me in the library just like he had done all those years ago. I hate you too, I said. I hate that you answered my call and that you came here. I think this is just the worst, most awkward situation I could imagine. I was so serious that Theo cracked a tiny smile, which made me have to bite the inside of my lip to keep from doing the same.
It's crazy,
he said. What's crazy? He inspected my face.
That I still feel exactly the same as I did when I was 10.
He paused and glanced around at all the books.
Seriously,
he said, looking straight at me again.
It's amazing. I'm that same kid feeling all those same things.
I'm the same kid too, I said. Theo said something to me in French, and his timing was so perfect that I closed my eyes and let the sound of his words wash over me. It was like music. My eyes were still closed as Theo put his hand on my face, and I opened them as soon as I felt his touch. I thought he would pull away, but he didn't. He just regarded me with a casual half-smile. What did you say just now? I asked.
I stated my disdain for the past 20 years.
Because you like me? I asked. He nodded. I think I like you too, I said.
There are people everywhere,
he whispered. He was right. When we first sat down, we were the only ones in that area. But in the last couple of minutes, 2 or 3 different people had come to stand nearby. They weren't right next to us, but we could definitely feel their presence. I know, I whispered back. It's getting packed in here. He smiled.
We could find somewhere else to go, he said.
I think that would be smart, I said, shifting my eyes to look at the backside of a lady who had just come to stand a couple of feet from us.
You know we can't leave without.
He whispered the words, but before he could even get them out of his mouth, I nodded and popped up to place a soft kiss directly on his mouth. I had been wanting to do it since I laid first eyes on him, and I knew he wanted to kiss me too, so I wasn't fearful of being rejected. I leaned up and kissed him quickly, knowing that we weren't the only two people in the small library. Theo leaned toward me when I pulled away, as if he was reluctant to let me break contact. I smiled and gave him another peck on the lips, feeling like I was a kid again and my brother was just around the corner, about to catch us. My stomach was tied in knots, and I hated the fact that we were being interrupted.
Let me take you to lunch,
he said. Chapter 8. I took Theo to eat a blackened fish sandwich at one of my favorite little tiki restaurants on the beach, and we sat at a table on the patio for over 2 hours. He loved the vibe so much that we didn't even order food for the first hour. It was a popular place, and since it was a beautiful Saturday, there was a live band playing classic rock. Just beyond them were the steps that led down to the beach. Theo and I sat there for a while, and then we ate fish sandwiches, followed by key lime pie. We talked and laughed and ate as the band played classics like I Love Rock and Roll and Freebird.
This is America,
he said, sitting back in his chair as if basking in the glory of it all. He looked around, taking in the scene and seeming satisfied. Our server had brought a couple of toothpicks with the check, and Theo had one of them sticking out of the side of his mouth. He was irresistible. I hated our distance. I didn't know how long I was going to get to see him, and I hated the fact that he was way over there. I wished we were sitting in a booth so I could sit right next to him. I still felt like I had to pinch myself. I couldn't believe this was the same guy from Canada. I was at least as drawn to him now as I was when I was younger, only now I realized it was also because of his kind spirit. We shared a lot in that couple of hours at the restaurant. I knew we had a connection. I just didn't know how that would translate with our geographical dilemma. I knew Theo liked me and I liked him, but we were still at the point where I wasn't sure what that meant just yet. "What are you doing after this?" I asked after we ate our pie. Theo shrugged and glanced around casually.
I thought I was doing whatever you're doing,
he said. I mean, tonight and tomorrow. Where are you staying? How long are you staying? Did you say Monday? He smiled at me.
I'm staying at an Airbnb in Stewart. I haven't gone by there, but it should be really nice. I got it for tonight and tomorrow night. I was thinking I'd head back to New York on Monday. That's what my ticket says, anyway.
Do you want to hang out with me tonight? I asked. He grinned at me as if he was amused by my question, and my heart sped up at the sight of him.
Do you want to hang out with me?
He asked, teasing me. I'm asking because my brother and his wife said, they live right next door to me, and Katie was saying that if we were hungry for dinner, if we wanted them to grill burgers or... I trailed off, feeling like it was a lot to ask for him to meet my family on day one.
Or what?
He asked. What do you mean? I asked.
You said your brother could grill burgers or... and then you didn't finish.
Because I thought it might be a little much to ask for you to meet my family. I've got 2 little nephews who are all over the place, and my brother's a little protective of me. Plus, they'd probably call my parents, who would undoubtedly drop by. There would definitely be an impromptu dinner party if I told them you were coming.
What's wrong with that?
I didn't think you'd be up for that.
Sure I am. Why wouldn't I be?
Will's gonna give you a hard time, I said. He smiled and shrugged as if he was the most confident person in the world. I knew from the conversation we just had that he was big into Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and I knew he thought he could take my brother in a fight if it came to that. I smiled at him. He's not gonna fight you, I said. He's just gonna give you a hard time verbally. Theo nudged his chin at me with a little smile.
Jiu-jitsu works for that too, he said.
I squinted at him and he said,
I can handle your brother.
As he stood up and stretched. He reached his hand out to help me up, and I gave him my hand, feeling thankful for the contact even though I was completely capable of standing up on my own. Theo held on to my hand as we walked across the deck and down onto the sandy shore. We hadn't discussed going for a walk, but I followed his lead because I would follow his lead just about anywhere.
Do you remember what I told you about getting that $4,000 before I left Canada?
He asked as we walked. I remember you telling me that's what you started out with.
Do you remember what I said about it?
That looking back, you thought you got tricked or something? He held on to my hand as we walked.
I was wondering if you caught that.
He said,
I wanted to tell you not to mention that part of it to anyone else if you don't mind. It's common knowledge that my journey to America started with $4,000. I told that much on the documentary. I told about the hotel Bible and everything too. I've just never said to anyone that I thought the guy cheated me. Nobody's ever heard that part of the story. You're the first, and it would really mean a lot to me if you just kept it to yourself. I still haven't figured out how I feel about that guy.
Theo carried himself like a man who was in control, but there was an edge of vulnerability to his voice when he spoke about that subject, and the sound of it made me bring his hand up to my chest. I held it next to my heart as we walked slowly on the shore. What did he do? I asked.
I can't say for sure,
he said.
I haven't confronted him about it or anything. But I'm pretty sure I got taken for a lot of money. I thought the guy was trying to help me. He scared me about the foster system, and then he pumped me up to go out into the world and make it.
He must have done a pretty good job of pumping you up, I said. Theo shook his head.
He might have just done that so he could take my parents' money.
Wouldn't he be accountable to someone? I asked. Wouldn't they come looking for you?
No one came looking for me, and as for that man's accountability, I don't know what to think. I'm kind of scared of what I'd find if I tried to talk to him. I might become enraged and try to hurt him or something, and he's got to be really old by now. I thought about confronting him, but it is what it is, and I am who I am.
I won't tell anyone, I said. I was holding Theo's hand with both of mine, and I absent-mindedly played with the little scar on the edge of his finger.
I had that desk and some other furniture sent to New York, he said. I needed some bookcases for storage in the collective, so I salvaged that desk and a few other things. I wouldn't have taken that desk if it hadn't had our names on it.
It took you forever to carve that, I said. I was so nervous being the lookout.
That wood was harder than I thought. And plus, you have a really long name. I had to go back when you left town and make it deeper because I barely got to scratch the surface while you were there.
I wish I could see it, I said.
Come to New York.
I smiled and shrugged. You never know.
In the meantime, I'll send you a picture of it when I get home.
I felt a sharp pang in my chest at the sheer mention of him going home. I was heartbroken already, and he was standing right next to me. I had to remind myself to enjoy the moment for what it was.
I guess you should call your family and let them know I'll be joining you for dinner,
he said as we continued to stroll down the beach. It was a busy stretch of shoreline, and we could hear the sounds of people talking and laughing. We could still hear the band that was playing at the restaurant, even though we had wandered off. I let go of his hands so that I could grab my phone. I'll call her right now, I said. Theo stood next to me and watched the action on the beach while I talked to my sister-in-law. How did it go? She asked as she picked up the phone. Her voice was laced with excitement, like she was expecting all the details right then. I smiled at Theo, hoping he couldn't hear her. Good, I said casually. Are you still with him? She asked, taking the hint. Yes. Is he right there? Yes, I said. We are thinking about having burgers with y'all if Will still wanted to do that. Really? Of course. Is he coming over? Yep. The guy from the library? She asked. Yep. The one from Canada? She asked. The one you kissed? I didn't answer those last questions. She was being dense on purpose because she knew Theo was standing right next to me. So we'll come over later, I said. Okay, so we'll see you guys at what time? She asked. 6? I'm full right now, so it's hard for me to even think about dinner.
You'll be hungry by then, Katie said.
What can we bring? I asked.
Nothing, she said. I'll send your brother to the store. Just bring your new bow.
Make my brother behave, please, I said.
I'll try, she said.
All right, we'll come over a little before 6. Thank you.
Text me if you change your mind and want us to bring something.
I hung up with Katie.
Do you want to come with me to check out the house where I'm staying? Theo asked. I was thinking we could go get the car I left at the library and park it at the house I reserved in Stewart. I think it's supposed to be really nice. It's got a pool and everything, if you're into that.
I smiled. I'm into that. Do you mind if we run by my house to grab a swimsuit and let Elroy out?
He nodded. Let's do that first, and then we will go to the library to pick up my car.
Which one's yours? I asked as I pulled into the library parking lot an hour later. I drove a little VW car that was neither old nor new. It was just a little white Jetta that got me from one place to the other. Theo insisted that Elroy could come along, so he was riding in the back seat.
It's the black one,
Theo said. The Range Rover? I asked, feeling surprised. I knew he had a rental car, but I didn't even know they rented Range Rovers. Can you rent a Range Rover? I asked. He smiled.
You can rent anything.
We should have driven that instead of my car, I said.
I'm glad we took your car, he said. I like your car. And you know where you're going.
Yeah, but I can still know where I'm going while I drive that thing, I said, pointing at the swank SUV. I had parked next to his rental vehicle in the library parking lot, and Theo looked at me from the passenger's side of my car before he got out. The seat was pushed back all the way, and even still, he was too big for my little car. He smiled at me and reached for the handle like he was about to open the door. Elroy had his head out of the window in the back seat, sniffing the unfamiliar air around the library. I watched as Theo got out and then closed the door. Elroy was in the front seat before the door was even closed, and Theo stooped so that he could stare at me from outside.
He barely waited for my butt to be out of the seat, he said.
I laughed. He thinks he gets to ride shotgun. Theo reached through the open window and patted Elroy on the head. Elroy whined and put his paws on the door as if he wanted to go with Theo.
Does he want to ride with me? He asked.
He looked at Elroy.
Do you want to ride with me?
Elroy proceeded to jump out of the window. He always waited for me to open the car door, but this time, he jumped straight out of the window. Elroy, I said, peering out of my car to see if he was all right. I've never seen him do that. Is he okay?
He's fine,
Theo said, looking down at my dog.
Can he ride with me?
I watched as Theo opened the driver's side door of the Range Rover and Elroy jumped in. He sprang from the foot panel to the driver's seat and then moved effortlessly into the passenger's seat. He tilted his head at me as if jumping out through the window to ride with Theo was a completely normal thing for him to do. I shrugged and gave Theo a dumbfounded look. I guess he's riding with you. Chapter 9. Will and Katie invited half of Florida over for dinner that night. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration, but there were more people than I expected. My parents were there, and so were Mr. and Mrs. Nichols. They were an older couple who lived nearby and was close to our family. Mr. Steve had retired from a career at the power plant, and now he worked at the market, smoking fish with my dad and brother. Steve and Brenda had 4 grown kids, and 2 of them, college-age boys, Zach and Colby, were also at Will and Katie's. They had a big open living room, and we were all sitting around after we finished our dinner. My brother had a giant television and all the latest games and gadgetry. His boys weren't even old enough to appreciate all the gaming options Will had in that living room. We had all been talking with the TV on in the background, but Will turned on a racing game called Mario Kart, where 4 players raced cars or motorcycles on various tracks. It was one of the only games I knew how to play, so I was glad it was the one he chose. My 6-year-old nephew, Ben, also knew how to play, and he started jumping up and down when he saw the words come across the screen. I'm gonna play, he yelled. I'm gonna be Bowser in the baby stroller.
Why don't you get Mom to make you some ice cream?
Will suggested, handing remotes to Zach and Colby.
Daddy's gonna race one with the grown-ups, and then we'll do a little round on 50cc for you and KK.
My nephews called me KK even though Caroline started with a C. Thanks a lot, I said sarcastically to my brother for his comment about Ben and me needing a slower track.
I was just messing with her,
Will said, winking at me but talking to Theo as he handed him the third remote.
She can beat me at this game.
I'm sitting this one out, though, I said. I'm gonna go help Katie in the kitchen. I smiled at Theo. You don't have to play. He looked at the screen, which showed Zach and Colby in the process of choosing their character. He smiled.
I'll play around with them.
I had been right next to Theo since we arrived at my brother's house, so I hadn't yet had the chance to speak with any of my family about him. My mom and Ms. Brenda were outside with Will's 3-year-old, so Katie was the only one in the kitchen when I made my way in there. She handed her son the ice cream sandwich he had been promised and told him to go outside to meet Grams. Just as soon as he started to walk off, she looked up, regarding me with wide eyes and an intense expression. What? Him, she whispered intensely. I know. Me and Will knew that guy right when you walked in, she continued. Colby, too. Theo? How? Yes, she said. We recognized him right when you got here. We saw this whole mini-series about him on Netflix. I can't believe you didn't see that. He's got this famous gallery in New York. Will and Colby looked it up and showed everybody a few minutes of the show when your dad was outside showing y'all around. It's obviously the same guy. He looks just like him, and his name's Theo. I mean, who else could it? Yes, baby, you can have some ice cream, too, she added in a cooing tone. I glanced over my shoulder to see my mom coming inside with an offended 3-year-old on her hip. I told you all we had to do was come ask and she'd give you one, my mom said, taking the sandwich from Katie and handing it to Jack. He held on to it with his toddler fingers as my mom peeled the wrapper from the top of it with one hand. She looked at me once the paper ripped. Your brother thinks your friend is the person from a film he saw about— I know, I said. Katie was just telling me that. Is it him? My mom asked. Probably, I said. He talked about doing a documentary. Well, if it was the same guy, surely you'd know about it. This thing Colby and Will brought up was the real deal, she whispered, looking impressed. It was on Netflix. Professionally done. It looked like a real movie. It was all about how he bought a whole building in New York City and turned it into a compound. Can you imagine? A whole building. You don't think it could be the same guy, do you? It's gotta be him, Katie said. It would be too big of a coincidence to have someone else named Theo who looked exactly like that. Well, I think we should ask him, my mom said. It's him, I said. He's got a collective in New York and he's mentioned being in a documentary. We all glanced into the living room to make sure everyone was busy playing or watching the game, which they were. You didn't tell me all this, my mom said, focusing on me with a hurt expression. I didn't know. I just found out all of that this morning. I didn't even know it was that big of a deal that you and Will would know about it. All he had to do was search the internet and it came up, my mom said. They knew the name of the place and everything. It was something about shaving and showering. I don't know what that means. It's Shower and Shelter, Katie said. I watched it when it first came out. I can't believe that's the same guy. I really didn't know it was that big of a deal, I said. He told me he's been in the documentary, but I didn't realize you guys would have seen it. She shrugged. Will watched it too. It was good. It was just one of those that came up on our recommended, so we checked it out. I better get you outside with this, Mom said. I could tell she was reluctant to leave, but Jack's sandwich was starting to drip. I think he's nice, my mom added. He is nice, Katie said. That was the point of the whole documentary. Do you think it could really be the same guy? She asked, staring at his back in amazement. Theo was leaning to the side as his character hugged a curve on the game. It's gotta be the same guy, I said. And you met him when we went to Canada? My mom asked. She wore a somewhat confused expression, as if she was still putting all the pieces together. Jack's sandwich was really beginning to drip by then, so Mom grabbed a couple of paper towels and headed outside with him, looking regretful that she wasn't able to stay and listen to what we were saying. "What did you do all day?" Katie asked. She smiled at me like she was anxious to get down to the nitty-gritty, and I laughed at her. "I met him at the library, and then we went down to the tiki bar for lunch. He's staying in Stewart at this gorgeous place he found on Airbnb. It's someone's guest house. We went over there and went swimming in his pool. Elroy loves him." "You went swimming?" she asked, smiling and wiggling her eyebrows like it was the best thing she had heard so far. "Did you see him without a shirt?" I laughed and pushed at her shoulder. The memory of Theo without a shirt caused a sensation in my lower abdomen. I remember the way he flirted with me in the pool and how good he looked with wet hair. "Oh my gosh, you did see him without a shirt, and you're dreaming about it right now," she said, teasing me. "Does he know about Justin?" was the very next thing she asked. She asked it with a smile as if that were an obvious next question, but it took me off guard and I gave her a sideways stare. "Why would you ask that?" She shrugged. "I just wondered if you told him there was a Justin. I mean, he knows I was supposed to get married, but I haven't really said much. That was a long time ago. Why are you asking that?" "Because you and Justin were in a long-distance relationship," she said. "It was a guy who lived in a different city that broke your heart." "You don't have to remind me of that," I said. "I'm just making sure you warned him that we're sensitive to scumbags who tried to date you in Florida and go be with whoever on the side." She was being serious, but I just smiled at her and shook my head. "Katie, what happened with me and Justin isn't even a factor," I said. It was a little bit of a lie, but I didn't want her or my brother worrying about it, since I did enough worrying for myself. And I'm not even there yet with Theo. I'm not even thinking like that with him. I'm just finding out right now that he's more famous than I thought he was, apparently. All I know is he's staying till Monday. Beyond that, there's no commitment. No plans. I just hope he knows you have a whole group of people down here who have your back." "He can see that," I said. She and I stood there and stared at the boys as they finished a race, yelling at how close it was. They all laughed and high-fived each other, commenting on who was the best and who was the worst, and smack-talking the way guys do. "Did you kiss him?" she asked. I glanced at her with a smile that confirmed her question. "At the library?" I nodded, making a silly face to let her know I was withholding information. "And other places?" I nodded guiltily, and her eyes got huge. "How many?" she asked. She was totally serious with that question, and it tickled me. I laughed, shaking my head at her. "What? How many? Are you dating? Are you seeing him now? Are y'all in love? I seriously saw him on TV. The whole show was about him." She and I stared dazedly at each other for a few seconds. I was thinking back to being in the pool with Theo that afternoon, remembering the way he gently held me close to him and how he kissed me while our faces were still wet. "I don't know what we're doing," I said finally. "It's all happening so fast. I like him and he likes me, and that's kind of all we know. There's no plan. He said his flight was supposed to leave on Monday, and I thought about taking him to feed stingrays tomorrow, but other than that, there's literally no plan. I have no idea what will happen. He might just be in and out of my life after one weekend. Or you might fall in love and marry him," she said. "Can you imagine if you called him up after 20 years and y'all fell in love?" she asked. "You could make another Netflix movie out of that." "It already is a movie. That's where I got the idea." "What movie?" I shrugged. "I don't even remember. I must have seen it when I was really little because I knew about it by the time I was 10. But don't get ahead of yourself. I've only gotten as far as taking him to see the stingrays tomorrow. I'm sure your dad will let you take out his boat." I thought about it. I said, "I might ask him if he wants to go out on the river tomorrow." Theo and Colby had set down their remotes so that Will and Zach could move on in two-player mode. Colby and Theo joked about how Will and Zach couldn't handle them, and there was a bunch of good-natured smack-talking before Theo headed toward me with a smile.
"Your brother was asking if I wanted to go fishing tomorrow," he said when he got close enough for me to hear.
His facial expression made it obvious that he wasn't opposed to the idea. "Do you want to go fishing?" I asked.
"It might be fun,"
he said with a shrug. I stared straight at him as he approached. It was like a scene from a movie with him walking toward me, smiling the way he was. I think I saw a show about you on Netflix, Katie said from right beside me, since she obviously couldn't contain her curiosity any longer.
You did?
Theo asked, coming to stand next to me in the kitchen. He stood so close that our shoulders touched. Is it Shower and Shelter? She asked.
Yep, that's the one,
he said with a smile. Are you the guy who started that place?
I am.
I saw you tell your story. I remember thinking you were a really cool person when I watched that.
Thank you. They showed all my coolest parts on that show.
Well, they did a good job because I was like, that is one cool dude. His smile broadened.
A cool dude, he said. I like that.
Did it get you some business? Katie asked. Theo regarded her like he wanted to answer but wasn't sure what she meant by the question. Did doing that documentary get your company more business? Are y'all selling more art?
He nodded. We are, actually. I didn't go into it with that in mind, but it did have that effect.
We Googled you after we figured out who you were, and the internet said you just donated the money to build some massive library.
That's in Canada, he said. It's the same library where I met Caroline. I spent a lot of time there growing up, so it was an honor to give them an upgrade. They needed it.
That's amazing, she said.
It really is,
I agreed. It was the first I had heard of this, and I felt speechless. Is it the same library I called? I asked after taking a second to let it sink in. Theo nodded, and I let out a little uncontrollable laugh. Well, it's no wonder the guy knew who you were. Chapter 10. The sun had long since gone down, and Katie had been about to put Ben and Jack to bed, so we all thanked my brother for the burgers and cleared out. Will made Theo promise to go fishing with him the following afternoon. He said they'd catch some redfish and bring them home, clean them, and cook them for dinner. Will had obviously changed his mind about running Theo off once he figured out he was the same guy from the documentary. Apparently, he had seen enough from the film to judge him as a decent enough guy, and now, instead of giving him a hard time, Will was trying to impress him. I didn't mind. Will was a good fisherman, and I knew Theo would have fun. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I wanted him to fall in love with my family so that it would be harder for him to leave me once Monday rolled around.
Do you want to go by your house before we go to mine?
Theo asked as we pulled out of my brother's driveway later that evening. No, I think I'll just go to your place since my car's over there.
Are you sure you don't want to go pick up Elroy?
He'll be fine, I said. You're not supposed to have pets there anyway.
Yeah, but Elroy's not going to do anything. I can talk to Neil and give him a deposit or whatever. He's cool. I can work something out if you want to go get him and take him with us.
It's okay, I said. He's fine in his kennel, and my parents can always go get him if I call them.
We can just hang out at your house if you want,
Theo said. Yeah, but my car is at your place, I said. I made a right to go to Theo's place instead of a left to go to mine.
I guess that matters, huh?
He asked as I drove. Yeah, because once you leave my house, I'll be stuck without a vehicle. We had one stop to make on the way to his place, but we talked the whole time, and the drive seemed to take no time at all. I enjoyed driving the Range Rover, and Theo seemed content to ride in the passenger's seat. We stopped at the grocery store to get some munchies. He went to the natural food section and got hippie stuff like an apple and granola and smoothies and protein bars, and then he went down the conventional aisle and got a bag of Cheetos and a 6-pack of Hostess chocolate cupcakes, the ones with the white swirl on top. He smiled at me as he grabbed that junk food and said the words, "Just in case." I knew 2 people at the grocery store. One of them was content to just walk by and wave, but the other was a lady my family knew from way back, and she really wanted to catch up with me. She hadn't seen me in so long that she thought Theo was Justin, and she told him they had met before. It was a little bit embarrassing, but I was able to just kind of laugh it off and get out of the conversation without her saying any more. It was 9 p.m. by the time we got back to Theo's place. We parked in the driveway, and we had to walk past the pool to get to the guest house. I had seen it before, but I was still stunned by how beautiful it was. The design and landscaping were breathtaking, especially at night. It was like something you would expect at a hotel or amusement park, not in a private backyard. "Oh my gosh, how can you resist a night swim in that?" I asked as we walked by it.
"I can't," he said. "Are you going to swim with me?"
"I wasn't planning on it, but it's gorgeous." We slowed down to almost a stop as we came up beside the pool, meandering, moseying, barely walking. Theo had the grocery bags, but my hands were empty. I was carrying my purse, but it was really a backpack.
"I suppose you'd be mad if I jumped in right now and pulled you in with me."
Theo said it more as a statement than a question, but he looked at me as if to gauge how I felt about it. I smiled. "I suppose you'd be mad if you did that," I said. "You have that fancy phone in your pocket, and your cupcakes would suffer greatly." He grinned.
"How'd you know those cupcakes were the thing I'd worry about the most?"
I smiled and shrugged. "They're the thing I'm worried about the most." Theo quickly but gracefully set down the grocery bags and then took his phone out of his pocket and set it down beside them. He straightened up, smiling at me like all of our problems were solved. "Don't you dare," I said with a little shake of my head. He threw his hands into the air.
"I thought you said it was just about me, my phone, and my cupcakes."
"Yeah, but I have my phone too," I said, daring him with my expression since he was giving me a teasing grin.
"Where?"
"In my backpack."
"So put down your backpack," he said.
I was tempted to argue and say something like, "I don't have any clothes to change into." But the fact of the matter was that I wanted Theo to pull me into the swimming pool, and I didn't care a lick whether or not I had any dry clothes. As far as I was concerned, we could deal with wardrobe later. Without a word, I shrugged out of my backpack and set it next to the grocery bags. The strap had barely fallen from my finger when I felt Theo suddenly sweep me off of my feet and send us both soaring into the pool. I knew it was coming, and yet I was still completely shocked. I shrieked and stiffened up, bracing myself as we fell into the expansive deep end. We knew from our previous swim that we were both confident in the water, so we came up easily and both of us just stayed in the deep, waving our legs and arms just the right way so that we could remain upright with our heads above the surface. It was like graceful dog paddling, and we just stayed there, catching our breath and smiling at each other. The pool lights continually changed from blue to green to purple.
"I could get used to swimming in March,"
Theo said. "There's a house for sale right down the road from me," I said. "It's got a pool and everything."
"How do you know about this house?"
"I don't. I'm just sure there's a house with a pool for sale somewhere close to me. There are lots of houses with pools around here." He grinned at me and tickled me under the water for being so silly. We had been drifting toward the shallow end, and I could tell that he was now able to stand. I swam toward him, and he tugged me toward the shallow, helping me along. Finally, I felt my toe touch the bottom, and then I gained footing, taking a few steps. We made our way even further into the shallow, and before I knew it, our shoulders were out of the water. He found a spot he liked and stood still, and I came to stand right next to him, about a foot away. He smiled and wiped the water off of his face, so I followed his lead and ran a hand over my hair. I felt his hand reach out and grab my arm under the water, and there was nothing I could do to stop the instant smile that crossed my face. He smiled back at me and continued to pursue me under the water. His hand came around the back of my arm, and he used it to gently pull me closer. I felt so swept away at that moment that it scared me to death. It frightened me so deeply that I did the one thing you should never do when it seems like you're about to be kissed. I mentioned my ex-boyfriend. It was only out of fear that I did it, but I did it. "It was a long-distance relationship," I said. "It wasn't at first, but he had to move away for work when we were a year into it. He lived in Tampa, and he came home on weekends. He was planning on moving back here once we got married." Theo grimaced and cringed when I said that, and I gave him a regretful smile. Anyway, I found out he wasn't being true to me when he was over there. It was a big ordeal, and then there was a huge chunk of my life where I wished I had made completely different decisions.
"Lots of people have things they would have done differently,"
he said. "You don't," I said. He smiled.
"Sure I do."
"Like what?"
"You."
he said.
I wish I had done things totally different with you. I wish that guy never had the chance to waste your time. But if it had to be anybody, I'm glad it was him and not someone who deserved you.
I'm sorry for talking about that. I hate that I ruined the moment or whatever, but I just looked at you and I got so caught up with the purple lights and everything, and then it hit me that you don't live here.
But I'm here now,
he said. Yes, you are. I held on to him with a firm grip around the back of his arms near his elbows, and he held on to me the same way, our arms interlocked while our bodies hovered weightlessly in the water.
I'm scared too, if it makes you feel any better, he said. I don't make personal commitments. Business commitments are one thing. I'm fine with those. It's the personal ones I can't do. Something switched off when my parents died and I was left alone. I didn't realize it was happening, but I think something switched off.
You think you can't love? I asked. He shrugged.
It's not just with women. It's all personal relationships. Don't get me wrong. I know a lot of people. One would even go so far as to say I have a lot of friends. But I do maintain a certain level of distance. Lane's probably the one I let in the most. He's smart and he knows how I operate, so basically he eased himself into being my friend by communicating with me about work. I guess I'm trying to say that I create relationships with a lot of people, but I don't really let anyone in. Does that make any sense?
Yes, it does. And I can completely understand how losing your parents would cause you to be like that.
I didn't think I was any sort of way, he said. I mean, I know I don't really let people into my life in that way. It's just a fact. But I didn't think of it as a bad thing. If anything, I liked that quality about myself. At least until now.
It appears we're both a bit out of our comfort zone, I said.
It appears we are.
I guess the only thing we can do is keep taking it 1 minute at a time, I said. 1 day at a time. Just see how things go.
What things?
He asked, flirting with me. This thing between you and me, whatever it may be. I wrinkled my nose at him for making me come out and say it, and then I gave him a sincere expression as I tilted my head at him. I know this whole thing is crazy. I know today's been a whirlwind. I didn't bring up all that about my past because... What I'm saying is that I know you didn't come down here to try to get into anything long-term.
How do you know that?
He asked. I just don't want you to think I'm trying to call you up and make you come down here expecting that you'll... I cut off my sentence because Theo touched my lips. He reached up and put his fingertip right on my mouth, making me stop talking. His face was even more irresistible when it was soaking wet. His dark hair was slicked back with water, and I watched as a droplet fell from his hairline and down his forehead. His eyebrow did its job, and the droplet didn't make it all the way down to his eye. I couldn't believe this was my guy from Canada, and I was in such close quarters with him that I was able to stare at droplets of water on his face.
Stop expecting nothing from me, he said.
I had been so lost in thought that I didn't even remember what I had been talking about to make him say that. What should I expect from you? I asked, giving him a teasing grin.
You should expect something, he said. Definitely not nothing.
Chapter 11. Theo and I stayed in the pool for about 15 minutes before deciding to get out. We were fully dressed and soaking wet, so Theo volunteered to get out first so that he could get towels. I was wearing capris and a lightweight t-shirt, so after I dried my face and hair, I wrapped the towel around me as if I had just gotten out of the shower, even though I had on clothes underneath. There was one bedroom in the guest house, and I followed Theo into it so that he could dig through his luggage in search of something for me to wear. He came up with a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt.
Is this gonna work?
He asked, handing them to me with an apologetic expression. As the youngest of 3 with 2 older brothers, I was no stranger to wearing boys' clothes when I was in a pinch. I smiled and took the clothes from him. This is amazing. I was thinking I was going to have to wear your jeans. He smiled tentatively at me.
Do you want a pair of jeans instead?
I laughed. This is fine. I said, lifting the stack of clothes he had just handed me. "It's perfect." I looked around as if searching for somewhere to change, and he pointed toward the attached bathroom.
"You can stay in here," he said. "I'll take my stuff and change in the living room."
"I'll meet you out there in a minute," I said. I took a few minutes to adjust Theo's clothes to fit my body, rolling the waist and the cuffs and things like that. I also towel-dried my hair and ran my fingers through it. I did my best, tucking and adjusting until I made the most of having wet hair and boy clothes. I looked myself over in the mirror, honest to goodness, wondering how kissable I would be to him. I wanted it to happen so ardently that I instinctually glanced around the bathroom for some mouthwash. Unfortunately, there was nothing. I dug in my purse in search of gum, but I had no luck. There was, however, a Dum Dum's lollipop in the bottom of my purse, 3 of them, actually. It didn't surprise me that they were in there, because we always had them at the store, and I often kept them in my purse as bribery for my nephews. I opened a cream soda-flavored one and popped it into my mouth on my way to the living room. I didn't know what I would find when I walked out there, but I saw that Theo was sprawled out in a chair. It was an oversized chair with a recliner, and he was kicked back in it, staring straight at me when I came out of the bedroom. He was all the way on the other side of the living room, so I just stopped where I was and waved at him. "You look comfortable," I said. He grinned. "I am comfortable, and you look amazing in that." I did a little goofy mascot-style dance move for him to show him how comfortable his clothes were, and he laughed, giving me a slow clap as I bowed, assuming he loved my moves. I loved making him smile. I stepped closer to him, but I walked slowly, looking all around and noticing the beautiful picture books that were on their coffee table.
"You have a sucker in your mouth," Theo said, stating the obvious as he watched me walk.
"I was looking for gum, but I couldn't find any."
"Thank you for letting me pull you into the water," he said. "I'm glad you did it just because I like that as a fact about you, but also if you hadn't, I would have never got to see you in my clothes."
"I'd let you pull me into just about anything," I said casually.
"How about New York?" he asked. "Would you let me pull you all the way to New York?"
I smiled at him and shrugged, doing my best to seem easy and non-committal. Theo gave me a sly grin and motioned with his hand for me to come closer. I took a step toward his chair, but he kept on opening and closing his fingers, telling me he wanted me to continue walking forward. I took a tentative step and then another, but Theo just continued the motion, so I kept walking toward him. He watched with approval as I moved all the way over to the area where he was sitting. He stayed in the same position, with his head reclined on the back of the chair, wearing a satisfied smile on his face, and before I knew it, my legs were touching his chair, and I was staring down at him. My heart was pounding. He opened and closed his hand again, and I smiled at him. "I can't get any closer," I said with wide eyes. He gave me a playful, narrow-eyed glance.
"Yes, you can."
I leaned over, putting my face a few inches closer to his and wearing a curious expression, as if to ask him if that's what he intended. He nodded, and I leaned in again, getting closer even still. I still had the sucker in my mouth, but I smiled around it. Our faces were only a few inches apart, but neither of us moved. He relaxed his head on the back of the chair, and I just hovered over him, staring at his flawless face, the one I fell so desperately in love with all those years ago. He reached up and touched the lollipop stick.
"I'll have one of those," he said.
I reached out, using one hand to brace my weight on the back of the chair. With the other hand, I took the lollipop out of my mouth. I held it in front of him with a questioning expression, as if to ask if he wanted mine. I was half joking, so it shocked me somewhat when his head came off of the back of the chair so that he could take the candy into his mouth. The quickness of his movement made me jump, and I giggled and pulled my hand away. Theo kept the lollipop in his mouth and caught my hand, placing it on his own chest. He had on a t-shirt, but I could still feel the hardness of his muscular chest underneath. Touching Theo was so wonderful and distracting that, for a second, I totally forgot to notice he was chomping away at my sucker. I scowled when I heard him unabashedly chowing down on it, and I watched as his expression shifted to one of silly dismay to match mine. "You ate my sucker," I said, pretending to be really upset even though we both knew I wasn't. He shrugged at me, looking a little offended as he finished chewing.
"I told you I wanted one, and you stuck it out there. I thought you were giving it to me."
I grinned at him, shaking my head. "I'm lucky I bit a little piece off of it before I put it out there," I said. I actually had a tiny sliver of it still left in my mouth. I could still taste it giving off sweetness on my tongue.
"I'm sorry I ate your lollipop,"
he said. He held up the stick guiltily, and I took it from him. I don't know why in the world I did what I did next. It wasn't planned, nor was it anything I had ever thought of doing before. There was a little of the lollipop left on that stick, and I used it like it was lip gloss. I didn't make a big deal of it. I just stuck it in my mouth and then quickly applied it like it was the most logical thing I could possibly do when someone handed me a mostly empty sucker stick.
"I'm going to kiss that mouth,"
he said, staring at it the whole time he spoke. "I know you are," I whispered. I bit my lip just because he was looking at it.
"Caroline,"
he whispered. "What?" I asked.
"I always thought you lived in Carolina,"
he said. I knew he was putting off our inevitable kiss just to torture both of us. "You told me that, because my name's Caroline." He nodded. "But I live in Florida," I whispered.
"Do you?"
he asked. I had been hovering dangerously close to him, but he tugged at the front of my shirt, causing me to finally make contact. He kissed me quickly but softly, and afterward he pulled back and licked his own lips as if testing for the flavor of the lollipop. He smiled and reached up to kiss me again.
"You taste good,"
he said. "You taste better than me because you," kiss, ate my whole lollipop. The feel of his mouth made my insides warm and tingly. He kept a loose hold on the front of my shirt as insurance that I wouldn't go too far, and I smiled at the sheer joy that came along with the knowledge that he was doing that. He must have liked the sight of my smile, because he smiled back at me, and in one swift motion he reached out and captured me, pulling me onto his lap. I giggled and pretended to resist, but I easily went into his arms, adjusting so I could sit comfortably on his legs. I felt safe and comfortable. His hair was still damp from swimming. He smelled good, and I had the taste of his kiss mixed with cream soda dum-dum on my mouth. It was basically a perfect moment. "Theo," I said.
"Yes?"
"I was just saying, you're Theo." He grinned.
"Yep."
I was sitting up a little higher than him on account of me being on his lap. He was so handsome that I couldn't resist touching him. It was like my fingertips were being drawn to him and they were going to make contact with or without my permission. I traced the side of his eyebrow before moving to his cheek and jaw. I leaned in to kiss him gently, and he smiled as we connected. Our touch was tortuously gentle, and both of us smiled because of it. Then I felt his lips relax as he leaned in to kiss me with a little more intention. Theo Duval kissed me like he had never kissed me before. I had never experienced anything like the gut-wrenching waves of desire that hit me as he went from kissing me deeply to kissing me softly and back again several times. He would smile and whisper to me between kisses. He was the man of my dreams, and he was sitting there, telling me he needed me as badly as I wanted him. We stayed there for a long time. He held me tightly, and I shamelessly cuddled up to him, feeling so thankful for the way 20 years seemed to mean nothing. The gap between us had just dissipated, and I felt like there was never a time when I didn't know him.
"Why'd this take so long?"
he asked. "I was just thinking about how amazing it was that we were able to pick up where we left off," I said. Theo grinned as he made a short statement in French. I didn't understand it, obviously, but he seemed sincere and I loved the way it sounded.
"Je t'aime,"
he said. "Je t'aime," I repeated with a nod, having no idea what I was saying.
"Do you know what that means?"
he asked. I shook my head. "No." "Je t'aime," I repeated slowly, trying my best to match his accent. Am I saying it right? He nodded.
Say it again, and then say my name at the end.
Je t'aime, Theo, I said, smiling and pronouncing it deliberately. I enjoyed the way the words affected him. He stared at me, and his chest rose and fell as he took a deep breath.
Je t'aime aussi, Caroline.
Chapter 12. I stayed at Theo's place until 2 a.m., and even then I had to force myself to leave. We talked a lot, but for part of the time, we just sat there next to each other and watched television. It was far and away the most comfortable first date I could have ever imagined. In fact, it didn't feel like a first date at all. It felt as though Theo and I had known each other our whole lives. We met up again the next day at noon. Theo came over to my house, and I took him to the coastal center to feed the stingrays. Theo had seen a stingray up close and had even touched one, but he had never fed one before. I had been doing it for years and always thought it was such a cool experience, so I made time for it even though my brother had plans to drag Theo fishing all afternoon and would probably wear him out. There was a tour guide at the nature center who explained the process of feeding the stingrays to a whole group of us. It was something that happened twice a day. She gave us a whole speech, and then each of us got a little plastic tray that had some combination of bait fish or shrimp tails. My little tray had 4 fish and a shrimp, and Theo's had all fish. I grabbed the fish-heavy containers on purpose, since the fish were longer and easier to handle. Theo and I got to the edge of the tank with our containers. The stingrays were so hungry that they swam right up to the edge, vying for a spot near the humans who they knew now had food. The tour guide had instructed us to lay our hand palm up and completely flat on the bottom of the ledge. She told us to position the fish between our fingers, pointing upward, so that the stingray could swim by and take it. Their mouths were in the center of the bottom of their body, so they had to swim up to your hand and position themselves properly in order to take the food. This resulted in half of their soft, slippery body skimming against your arm, which was a funny sensation. The next thing that happened was their mouth finding the piece of fish that was in your hand and proceeding to suck it up like a vacuum cleaner. Instead of sharp teeth, a stingray had 2 bony plates in its mouth that would come together the way 2 rolling pins would. In other words, stingrays chewed their food by crushing it between 2 blunt objects. This was why it was a good idea to keep your hand flat and the stingray's food perpendicular to it. The lady explained all that, and she went around, making sure everyone was doing okay, but mostly helping the kids. Theo and I both took to it like pros, and we both went back for an extra tray since there were some leftovers. We laughed at the odd feeling of it every time one of them came over and took the fish from our hands. We walked on the nature trail for a little while before we went to my brother's place so Will could take Theo fishing. They used our dad's boat, and he ended up going with them. My mom said she would have everyone over for dinner afterward so that Katie didn't have to host us all 2 nights in a row. The guys caught a bunch of fish and brought them back to my parents' house to clean and cook. I was with my mom and Katie, waiting for them when they got there, and it was difficult not to get attached to the idea of seeing Theo with my family. My dad and brother were both excellent fishermen and skilled with a fillet knife, so Theo had a first-class lesson in South Florida life. Theo didn't know much about fishing, but he asked a lot of good questions and seemed eager to learn. He wasn't half bad at cleaning fish, and that was a skill that looked easier than it was. My family loved him. I can't say for sure if Theo would have had the same reception had he not turned out to be the guy from the television series, but he was that guy, and as it stood, my family brought their A-game. My dad and Will were cracking jokes and cleaning fish all over the place. It was 8 p.m., and Theo and I were both tired by the time we left my parents' house. I drove his rental car, and we took the same path to his place in Stewart, stopping at the same grocery store just like we had done the evening before. My left hand was on the driver's wheel, and my right hand was casually resting on the seat by my side. I felt Theo's hand reach out to touch me. He brought my palm to his chest, looking down at it. I loved his warmth. I loved the sensation of him touching me.
"We're going to work something out," he said.
He turned my hand over, bringing the backside of it to his mouth and kissing me softly. I knew he had a flight scheduled for the following afternoon, and I absolutely dreaded it.
I think we have to see each other again, he said.
Duh, I said, teasing him.
When?
He asked.
Come back to New York with me.
Now? I asked, since that's what his tone implied.
Tomorrow, he said. I can get you on the flight with me. I want you to meet everybody at the collective.
Theo, I said, feeling suddenly overwhelmed by how serious he sounded.
What?
He asked. I can't just pick up and go to New York the next day.
Why not? People pack up and go places the next day all the time.
He was still holding my hand close to his mouth, and I felt it moving next to my skin when he spoke. It stirred up all sorts of feelings.
I don't want to leave you, he said.
I don't want you to either.
Come with me, he said.
It crossed my mind to wonder what my family would think if I called them up and said I wasn't coming into work because I was hopping on a plane for New York. For a second, I contemplated what everyone would assume if I did something like that. But then I realized I didn't care. I honestly didn't care at all. I wanted to be with Theo, and I could tell he was being completely sincere with his invitation. Yes, I said, smiling because of the adrenaline that began coursing through my body the moment I agreed. He squeezed my hand.
You will?
That was the last thing I said to him or he said to me. I had a very long dream after that. If I tried to write in words the content of my dream, it would probably take up 10 pages worth of text, but the words would be sparse and put together in such a way that didn't make sense, written upside down and in different languages. It was a long dream, and I woke up feeling as if I was still dreaming. I began to recognize some of the people I saw, but there was an indescribable communication barrier. It wasn't just that we spoke different languages. We were operating on different planes. I understood a few of their words and recognized that I was in a medical environment, but the ability for me to match my understanding with theirs kept eluding me. I remember the time I woke up and things actually started to make some sense. I blinked, and my eyes burned numbly.
Hey, baby,
my mom said. She looked at me wearily.
Hey,
I said sleepily. Her attention focused sharply on me, and she sat up, tilting her head and regarding me with great intensity.
Caroline, did you say hey?
She asked in a shocked tone. Yes, ma'am, I said. She squeezed my hand.
Oh, Lord, did you hear me, baby?
I nodded, and my mom's face completely crumpled as tears began rolling down her cheeks. She sobbed.
Oh, my God, thank you, Jesus. Do you really hear me? Oh, Lord God in heaven.
Her voice was a barely there high-pitched squeal that sounded like she was a great distance away, and she just stared at me with her face contorted like she absolutely couldn't believe what she was seeing.
Do you know who I am, honey?
Why are you saying that? I asked.
Do you, Caroline? Do you know I'm your mama?
Yes, I said, staring at her. She began crying and moving around nervously, saying things like,
I told them you were on the verge, and I knew you were coming around.
There was a period of who knows how long where I went through dazed realizations that I had been sleeping for a really long time, and half awake for a while, too. I don't know how long it took me to fully wake up, or how long the doctors and nurses were in my room. I remember being asked a lot of questions and answering them as best I could. They told me I had been in a car accident and asked if I recalled anything from it, which I didn't. It was somewhere in that conversation that they revealed that I had been sleeping for over a year and in a half-responsive state for the last few days. Apparently, I must have been doing pretty good on the questions, because my mom cried with joy every time the doctor asked me something and I gave a satisfactory answer. I could tell just by the amazement on their faces that they thought everything was going to be okay, and that made me hopeful. My dad and brother came in, and I remember talking to them. They both cried and told me they loved me, but they didn't stay long, and it seemed like the doctors were shooing them out. They promised they would come back later that evening, which they did. Katie came with Will the second time, and she cried just like the rest of them when I talked to her. I'm not really sure how much time had passed, but it seemed like later that night, or maybe the following day, when I looked at my bedside and saw my mom sitting there by herself. "Who's Theo?" I asked sleepily. "I heard you guys say a few times that I had been riding with someone named Theo." "You were," she said. "Do you not remember Theo?" She wore a worried expression, and that made me search my mind. "Are you talking about my Canadian boyfriend?" I asked. "That's the only other Theo I know besides Theo Huxtable." "Theo is the boy you knew from Canada, sweetheart. But you knew him as an adult, too. I just assumed you remembered that when we were talking about the accident earlier." I felt a hot rush of blood come over my face when I realized I didn't know what she was talking about. It was like my dreams and reality were colliding, and somehow, this boy I dreamed about all these years was being talked about in the present tense by people who shouldn't know him. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "Theo," my mom said. "Do you remember reconnecting with him as an adult?" "No, Mom, and you're tripping me out. Are you talking about the little boy from Canada?" "Yes," she said. "He's a man now, though." "And I knew him?" "The doctors said this might happen. You could get recollection of it later, even if you don't remember it now. You only knew Theo for a short time before the accident," my mom said. "You had called him a week or so before the accident, and he came down to Florida to meet you. He was in the accident with you. It was over on A1A almost to Stewart. Oh, baby, don't cry, Caroline. He's fine. Theo's fine. He made it through the accident with minor stuff. It's all fine. You're awake, baby, that's all that matters, and you remember a lot." My eyes stung as the tears flowed from them. "Did I know him?" I asked. "Theo, the boy from Canada? Are you telling me I knew him as an adult and I don't remember?" My mom reached out and rubbed my thighs. "You did reconnect with him, baby, but it was only for a short time before your accident. A few days. He's going to be so relieved to hear from you. He stayed down here in Florida for a month after it happened. He cared a lot for you. He wanted to stay longer, but the doctors didn't think. Anyway, I promised him he'd be the first person I called when you woke up. We need to do that." "Don't," I said. "Don't call anyone just yet." She rubbed my arm with a comforting touch. "I'm not. I wouldn't do that until you're ready, sweetheart." "Exactly how long has it been since the accident?" 14 months, almost to the day. I think it was 14 months yesterday. I knew you were going to wake up soon. You've been responding for the past 3 days, and I was praying my heart out, honey." I rested my head on the pillow, staring blankly at the television. I was numbly overwhelmed, if there was such a thing. "I'm confused," I said. "Was he in the accident with me? Theo? The boy from the library in Canada?" "He was." "Was he grown up?" "Yes, honey, he was a grown man. Still is. He lives in New York. Like I said, he was all broken up about leaving you. He stayed by your side for a month when it first happened." "Which was a year ago," I said. I glanced at my surroundings. "Have I been sleeping for a year?" "Over a year," my mom said. "How's Elroy? And Ben and Jack? How's everybody doing?" "Fine. Katie just had another one. They were going to wait to bring the kids up here until you had the chance to... until you were ready." "They had another baby?" My mom nodded. "A little girl. They named her after you. Ada Caroline. She's almost a month old." Chapter 13. I got out of the hospital a week later. It had been a grueling week with a fair amount of tears shed on my end. I still had a lot of healing to do, both mentally and physically, and that was a harsh reality for me to take in. I wanted to be back to normal instantly, and that just wasn't going to happen. It wasn't the brightest of weeks. Like most clouds, though, mine had a silver lining. There was something about going through that difficult time that made me more deeply depend on God. I was thankful for that new mindset and knew it would be beneficial in my normal life, when and if I ever had one again. I was doing much better by the time I left the hospital, but I still needed observation and physical therapy, so we decided that I should spend a little time with my parents. Elroy moved in with them when I got in the accident, so he was there when I got to their house. That was a really neat, tear-filled reunion where Elroy howled even though he wasn't a howling dog, and I had never heard him do it before. My mom tried to video it, but she didn't get her phone out in time. He was so excited that he squirmed on his back and then ran around before squirming again. He did this for about the first 20 minutes after I came home. He was fit to be tied. I had a low-key first evening home. I knew my thinking wasn't right just yet, but I was starting to put the pieces together, and I felt like being home would help me with that. Will had the boys at Ben's baseball practice, but Katie came over with the baby. I had met little Ada Caroline, or Ada Cakes as Will called her, when I was in the hospital. But the week had passed in a blur, and I was happy that Katie brought her over now that I was at home. My mom and dad were playing with Ada on a blanket, while Katie gave me a pedicure and painted my toenails. The impromptu pedicure was her idea, and so super sweet that I had to resist the urge to cry the entire time she did it. Something had changed in me during that long sleep, and I felt touched by gestures like that. Katie smiled and filed and painted my toenails and didn't seem to think a thing of it, but I was touched. "I can't believe you're not going to call Theo," Katie said as she painted the light purplish-pink color onto my toenails. "He really liked you, Caroline. The only reason he left was because we told him... the doctors told him... We thought we wouldn't get you back. That's the only reason he left. You should have seen him. Your parents had to have a long talk with him and pretty much beg him to leave." "I know," I said. "Mom told me." "So why aren't you going to call him?" she asked, looking confused. "I am going to. I'm just not there yet. He calls every once in a while to ask your mom how you're doing. You better hope he doesn't call before you call him because your mother is a terrible liar. I'm just not right yet," I said. "I think one day I'll be better, but right now I've still got stuff I'm dealing with physically and mentally. I'm still trying to put the pieces together. It's weird. Somehow I know in my heart that I love him, but I don't want to burden him with knowing I woke up unless I feel like I'm recovered." "You would not be burdening him," she said. "What if he's with somebody now?" "He probably is. He probably moved on. Mom said it's been a few months since he's called." "He hasn't moved on," she said, rolling her eyes. "How do you know that?" I asked. "Because I could see how much he loved you." "Yeah, but that was a long time ago. People move on when they think you're not coming back." She shook her head a little as if to say she didn't quite agree with me, but she didn't say anything else. "Do you remember what he looks like?" she asked. "As a kid," I said. "I remember him plain as day as a kid. I remember images of him as an adult, too, but they were in my dreams." "Maybe they weren't," she said. "Maybe you remember your time together. I saw you two together." "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means I can't believe you've been awake for a week and you haven't called him, Caroline." "I will," I said. It was 3 months later when I finally felt whole enough to make contact with Theo. I gauged my readiness on the fact that I felt like I could travel. I had an undeniable desire to go to New York. It was like I had agreed to go in my dreams, and my body simply wanted to follow. I watched the documentary about Theo's collective, and that made me want to go all the more. I thought about contacting Theo before I went, but honestly, the trip wasn't just about him. I couldn't let it be all about him because I didn't know what exactly we had in the first place, and I had to assume Theo would be like most people in the world and move on. I told myself I was mostly going to prove that I was physically capable of doing it. My plan was to fly into the city and stay 3 or 4 nights regardless of how things played out with Theo. I would look at it as a vacation. I would go to New York, get a room, and make plans of my own. I would contact Theo and tell him I had woken up, and what happened after that would have to depend on his reaction. If he got excited and said he wanted to see me, then I could tell him I was conveniently in the same city. And if not, I could simply finish my vacation and go home. I told myself I wouldn't be hurt if that were the case, but the truth was I had my heart set on Theo wanting to see me. I didn't even know him, and yet somehow I loved him. I watched him on the documentary, and even though I had never seen it before, I had an innate understanding of the guy who starred in it. He told a story about something that happened to him when he was 16, and I knew before he said it that it had to do with moving from home and a hotel Bible. It was like I had heard the story before. It seemed like there was another detail, too. Something about a bad man tricking him. I couldn't remember it clearly, and Theo never mentioned that part on the documentary, but I felt in my heart that it had happened. I had hints of details floating around in my head in relation to this guy, and I knew we shared something deeper than just a summer together when we were kids. I didn't know what it was, but I knew we shared something. I began scheming as soon as I felt up to making the trip. Katie helped me find out for sure when Theo would be in New York. She had this big plan about calling the collective and pretending to be an artist who wanted to see about applying for a room. We had to do it 3 different times. The first time, Katie cracked up out of nerves and adrenaline and ended up hanging up the phone after only a few words. We waited a day after that one, and the second time she called, she spoke with a manager. He was resistant to putting her all the way through to Theo, though, which was a rude awakening for us. She asked about Theo's presence at the collective in about 4 different ways, but the manager kept finding ways to be elusive with any details. That phone call was useless, too. All we got was information about how Katie could submit her non-existent artist portfolio. We finally got desperate enough that I called the front desk of the gallery and said I had seen the documentary and would like to see if I could get Theo's autograph. I said I was a fan who was visiting New York from Florida. I must have seemed normal enough to the girl who answered the phone, because she cheerfully told me that Theo would be at the gallery for the opening of a new collection, which would take place the following evening and was open to the public. So I did it. I booked the flight. It was late in the summer, and I was happy to escape the sweltering heat of South Florida. I had lost a little weight since the accident, so I went to the mall on a last-minute shopping spree and bought a few new outfits for my trip. I needed the confidence boost, since hopping a spur-of-the-moment flight was an unnerving thing to do, especially for me. It's a mental trip going to sleep when you're 30 and waking up when you're 31, but everybody's got a story, and mine was that I took a really long nap. I took another, much shorter nap on the flight to New York. I still wasn't 100% after my accident, but I was well enough to push through whatever I felt and move forward with the trip. I was the same person I was before my accident. I had the same memories and I knew who I was, but I also knew some things within me had changed. I had slightly different perspectives on things, and my brain and nervous system functioned slightly differently than it did before. My shoulder and legs still gave me trouble too, but they had continually gotten better and better since I'd been religious with the physical therapy. The doctors said my body would likely continue to work out the kinks. I kept giving myself the option to turn around and discontinue the trip since Theo didn't even know I was coming. But ultimately, I pushed forward. I had already come to terms with where I was physically and mentally before I ever decided to call Theo. I was glad I decided to continue the journey once I finally made it to my hotel. The flight and subsequent navigation through New York was daunting at times, but I made it, and I was ultimately proud of myself for toughing it out. My hotel was just a few blocks from Theo's collective. I made sure of that when I made the reservations, because I knew I would want the option to walk. I had already investigated the event at the gallery that night and knew that it was the opening of a collection by an artist named Zoe Alexander. I had seen her on the documentary when I watched it recently, so I was familiar with her work. She had a different last name on the film, but it only took a few clicks on the internet to find out that it was the same person. It only took a few more clicks for me to realize that I wouldn't be able to afford any of the art at her opening. That's okay, though. I wasn't going for the art anyway. Chapter 14. Theo. "Thank you so much, Theo," Zoe said, coming up from behind to wrap her arms around her friend. Theo patted her arms as he turned to get into a better position. He hadn't necessarily been raised a hugger, but Zoe was from Texas and she pretty much did it to everyone. She gave Theo an extra tight one because he had gone above and beyond for the opening of her newest collection. There was a nice spread of food and drinks, and he had made sure that her collection got a prime spot in the gallery.
"Thank you," Theo said, looking down at his best friend's wife, who was still standing next to him with her arm around him as if they were best buds since kindergarten. "You're the one who painted them. Lane told me half of them sold already."
"Theo, I have a friend from the salon named Whitney," Zoe said. "She's here tonight, and she was asking about you." Zoe trailed off when she saw Theo grin at her and shake his head. "What are you saying no to?" she asked. "I haven't even said anything yet."
"Yeah, but I know what you're going to say. You've already asked me about her. I've met her before."
"I know, and y'all got along, remember? She's super sweet." Theo smiled and nodded.
"She's pretty, too,"
he acknowledged. Then his face shifted to one of regret as he added,
"But I'm just not interested."
"You can't stay single forever," she said. Theo found that he was somewhat entertained by how very serious Zoe seemed with that statement. She was honestly worried about him. He could tell by the look on her face. He thought it was cute and sweet, but he wasn't about to get into a relationship just because his friend's wife wanted him to.
"I really am fine alone," he said. "I choose to be alone."
"I know. But now that you've felt what it was like to fall for that one girl, don't you think you'll be able to find someone else who makes you feel the same way?"
"No,"
he said with no hesitation whatsoever.
"Just the opposite, in fact. Finding her only made me know she was the only one. Why would I try to replicate that?"
Zoe's head tilted to the side, and she gave Theo a resigned expression that was full of regret.
"You shouldn't feel bad for me,"
Theo said. He gestured in front of him at the hugely successful art gallery in the building that belonged entirely to him.
"I have the life I choose. If I wanted to find love, I'd go out looking for it."
She smiled and shrugged. "Well, if you ever need a date for a wedding, I'm sure Whitney would be happy to volunteer. Maybe if I stick you two together for an evening, you would change your mind." Theo smiled.
"I'll know who to call if I ever need a date for a wedding."
"I could have sworn I saw the girl from your picture on the sidewalk today," Zoe said. She looked down shyly like she regretted saying it as soon as it came out of her mouth.
"What picture?"
"That one of Caroline," Zoe said. She shook her head and made an apologetic expression. "I shouldn't have said that, though. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have said anything, but we were mentioning her anyway, and the girl I saw looked just like the one in the picture." Theo felt the urge to know everything about the girl Zoe had seen, simply for the fact that she resembled Caroline.
"Where'd you see her?"
he asked. Zoe gestured toward the windows that lined the front wall of the gallery. "I was setting up earlier today, and this girl walked by, window shopping. I didn't see the resemblance at first, but then we made eye contact through the window, and she smiled at me. She looked just like that picture in your apartment when she smiled." Several people had begun to gather around Zoe and Theo. Everyone wanted to talk to her about the collection, and Theo was always popular since he owned the place. "Thanks for coming down for this," Zoe said. "I know you've seen them all before."
"I wouldn't miss it,"
he said, smiling sweetly at her. They gave each other resigned smiles that said they knew they couldn't monopolize each other's time any longer before turning to face the crowd.
"I have to say, Zoe, they're my favorite of yours so far,"
a customer said, stepping forward as soon as Zoe turned. Someone else stuck out a hand to shake Theo's, and Theo smiled as he glanced up to scan the person's face. It was a man named Guy, who was a former artist at SNS, one from the very first batch.
"Guy Chandler,"
Theo said, patting him on the shoulder.
"How are things?"
"Great, actually,"
Guy said.
"That's what I came to tell you. I got commissioned by the city to do a big piece. It's a huge opportunity."
"That's awesome," Theo said. Guy took a shaky, nervous breath as if that wasn't all he wanted to say.
I just wanted you to know. I wanted to come over here and say thanks, you know? I mean, I know I told you that at least a few times when I was living here, but really, thank you. I feel like my life would be in a much different place right now if it wasn't for SNS.
His voice was quivering like he might cry at any moment, and his sincerity tugged at Theo's heart. Theo put a hand on his shoulder again, patting him.
I appreciate you coming to say that to me, Guy. But it's an honor, honestly. I believe in you guys, and it makes me really proud to be part of what you're doing. I love hearing that you're doing something for the city. You'll have to call the collective once you get it done. Lane can make sure you get a news crew out there. That would be amazing, Guy said. And seriously, man, thank you. Not many people would give a graffiti artist a chance like you did. I know you had to put that ventilation system in my room and everything. Anyway, I just wanted you to know it really changed my life being here.
Theo reached out and gave Guy a shoulder-to-shoulder hug.
I'm happy to be a part of it, Theo said. It's an honor. It's what life's all about. And thanks for coming by to let me know about your new gig.
Theo patted Guy's shoulder again, and Guy stared at him with tears in his eyes, wondering if he had done a good enough job expressing his appreciation. Just as soon as Theo finished speaking to Guy, someone else came up to talk to him. It was like that for the next half hour until Theo finally stepped away to get a moment of peace and quiet. He wasn't planning on leaving the party entirely, but he would go up to his apartment for a few minutes just to get a drink of water and clear his head. Theo had to use his key to get the elevator to take him up to the penthouse level, so he went through the motions, turning the key and pressing the button to go to the top floor, just like he always did. He sighed, and in that same motion, he took his phone out of his pocket and stared down at the screen. He saw the name Caroline at the top of a text bubble, and instantly his hand lost all ability to hold the phone. It fell from his hand the exact second that his eyes saw her name, so he had no time to read the words on the screen before his phone tumbled to the tile floor of the elevator. Theo made a grab for it, but he was so dazed from seeing the name on a text that his efforts were fruitless. His phone dropped to the tile floor with a crash. He knew by the sound of it that his screen had cracked. He felt a flood of emotions at the thought of seeing her name on his screen, and, as he stooped, he had several instant theories cross his mind about why it would be there. One of them was that Caroline's mom was texting him from her phone. Theo barely noticed the newly formed spiderweb crack in the corner of his screen as he turned the device over in his hand. All he cared about was making sure that it still worked and that he hadn't been seeing things when he read Caroline's name. He pressed the button, and there it was, plain as day. Caroline. Theo gripped the phone tightly as he stared at the screen. Caroline. Hello. I'm trying to reach one Theo J. Duval. He stared down at his phone intently, his hand trembling. A gut-wrenching wave of hope followed by a crippling wave of dread washed over him as about 5 different things crossed his mind. Theo was not easily shaken, but he was shaking. He fumbled with his phone, trying to press the appropriate buttons to call her. He was in the middle of trying to figure it out when the elevator door opened. Theo stepped out into the hallway and let the door close behind him. Lane and Zoe were the only other ones who lived on that level. They had a babysitter in their apartment with their toddler, but Theo knew he was pretty much by himself in the hallway, so he leaned against the wall as he listened anxiously for the call to connect. The phone rang 4 long times before switching to voicemail. He listened to the automated greeting and cleared his throat just before it beeped.
Hello? I got a text from this number, he said. Someone was trying to reach Theo Duval, and I'm him. That's me. I'm here at this number whenever you can call me back. Okay, thanks. Bye.
He hung up, marveling at just how nervous and out of sorts he was. He was usually fine under pressure, but this text had him feeling completely disoriented. He stood up and went the rest of the way into his apartment, and by the time he got inside, he had already decided to text that number. He sat on the couch and typed out a text. He pressed send before he even proofed it. He was desperate to know who had contacted him from that phone number. Theo.
Are you there?
It was less than a minute later when his phone dinged, notifying him he had a text. He blinked at the screen, still unable to believe it when her name appeared.
Caroline.
I'm here. Sorry, I didn't make it to my phone when you called. Theo typed the word Caroline with a question mark after it and pressed send. He pressed the buttons to call her before he heard back. It rang twice before she picked up. Hello? The sound of Caroline's voice rendered Theo speechless. Something was a little different about her tone, but it was Caroline. There was no doubt in his mind. He shot to his feet, gripping the phone tightly and staring blankly at the wall of his apartment. Hello? She repeated.
Caroline?
Yes.
Is it you?
Yes. Theo sincerely felt as if he was dreaming. He wished so badly to hear from her that he honestly considered the possibility of none of this being real. He glanced around his apartment to make sure things were in place. Theo?
Yes, it's me. I'm here.
Is this really the Theo that I met when I was a little girl?
Yes, it is,
Theo said. He let out an uncontrollable, relieved laugh and rubbed his face, feeling like he could cry.
I knew it, he said. I knew you were gonna get better. Oh, man, Caroline, I knew it. I told them you would.
Theo heard the background noise from wherever Caroline was. He absent-mindedly assumed she was in the hospital. He got lost in thought about what she was possibly doing at that moment. Theo?
Yeah?
I don't know you.
What?
I don't remember you, she said shakily. I can't remember knowing you. I can't recall anything from the days before the accident. Theo's heart sank. Heaviness descended upon him. My family tells me you and I connected as adults, but I don't remember that. I've watched your movie, and I have the feeling I know you, but I only remember the kid Theo, the one who spoke French.
So, you still remember me from back then?
Yes, that's why it's weird hearing you talk now. I saw in your documentary that you speak English now, but it still feels surreal, like you can't be the same person. The kid I remember from the library barely spoke English at all. Theo said a phrase to her in French to prove his authenticity, and she giggled. That's you, she said. You're him, the boy from the library.
I'm him,
he said. They were both quiet for a few seconds. I feel like I know you, she said.
That's because you do.
Chapter 15. Caroline, earlier that afternoon. I walked by Shower and Shelter that afternoon just so I could make sure I knew exactly where to go once I went back for the opening that evening. I almost went inside, but before I could, I made eye contact with a girl who was standing inside, and she smiled at me, which caused me to change my mind. I recognized her from the S&S documentary and knew she was the artist who was showing her collection that evening. She seemed friendly on the show, but I hadn't expected her to be standing there when I walked by, and I felt a little intimidated. Also, I didn't want to meet any of those people before I knew for sure what was going on with Theo. So I gave her a quick smile through the window and pretended that I had no intention of going into the gallery. I had never been to New York before, but I didn't have the time or desire to try to fit in anything touristy before going to the gallery that night. The Statue of Liberty would have to wait. I looked around in a few shops before going back to my hotel to get dressed. I didn't venture far. I brought several outfits with me, but I settled on some leather-like dressy tights and a dainty, lightweight floral blouse. As part owner of a fish market, I didn't necessarily have my finger on the pulse of the fashion industry, but all of the young saleswomen at the mall agreed that this was one of the better outfits I tried on. I wore gold sandals that were comfortable but had a little bit of a heel. I even bought a set of bracelets that afternoon while I was shopping because I knew they would go with the outfit. The opening wasn't until 7:30 p.m., so I decided to just hang out in my room and take my time getting ready. I ordered room service for dinner. I was too nervous to be hungry, but I knew I needed to eat something, so I ordered a cheese quesadilla with a Sprite off the kids' menu and managed to get down a few bites of it. Sometimes I had the tendency to dream up an exact scenario of how an upcoming situation in my life will play out. I had walked by the gallery earlier that day, and my newfound knowledge of what it looked like aided my ability to daydream. I had a whole scene dreamed up in my head about walking in and seeing Theo in the corner of the gallery. I pictured the way we would walk into each other's arms. My imaginings could not have been further from the truth. The event was much bigger and more chaotic than I expected. It was packed from wall to wall, and I didn't even see Theo at all for the first 20 minutes I was there. By the time I managed to find him, he was surrounded by people and in the middle of a conversation. I didn't remember knowing him as an adult, but I had seen him in the film, and I knew him in my heart. I knew it was Theo, even from a distance. I pretended to look at Art, but I kept stealing glances at him. He was the same person from the library, only now he was a man instead of a boy. I didn't expect the flood of emotions that seeing him stirred inside me. He left me breathless, and that was from way across the room. I watched as he laughed and talked with the confidence of a man who owned the place. With each passing moment, I felt less and less secure with my decision to try to approach him on such a busy night. I looked his way at one point and saw him talking to Zoe. She looked so calm and easy talking to Theo, and I watched them, thinking what a big ball of nerves I would seem like compared to her if I went over there. I reluctantly decided to just go back to the hotel and send him a text. I was in the restroom a little while later when he called me back, and eventually we connected. It was a shock to my senses to hear his voice come over the phone, and it was especially overwhelming that he seemed so relieved to hear from me. I could hear the true, genuine excitement in the tone of his voice, and it made my heart pound with happiness. One of the first things I told him was that I didn't remember him as an adult. I told him I didn't remember him coming to Florida or that we had even reconnected as adults.
When did you wake up, Caroline? When did this happen? I can't believe this news. Are you okay? What did the doctors say? I told them you were going to wake up. I knew it.
I was sitting on the foot of my hotel bed, and I smiled at the way Theo spoke with such sweet excitement.
Have they told you everything that happened?
He added. I didn't know what question to answer first, so I just went with the one he asked last. I think so, I said. My family has done a good job of filling me in on what happened. They said you didn't remember the accident either, but that a man had seen everything and called for help.
Yep,
Theo said. Mom said the other car crossed the center line, I added. I felt terrible that I had been the one driving, and the only thing that made it better was that the man had testified that I was not at fault.
I don't know how many times I've had to ask for forgiveness for my feelings about that guy who crossed the line,
Theo said. He spoke in a sincere, measured tone, almost as if he was in a daze.
I thought they had taken you from me.
I'm so sorry about not remembering everything, I said. It's almost like I know some things exist in my heart in regards to you. I just can't access them. I watched your movie and you told a few stories that I felt like I knew more details about. It was weird.
I'm just glad you're awake. You mentioned that you watched the film. When did you wake up, Caroline? How long have you been awake?
3 months, I said. It seemed like a long period of time when I said it, but honestly, I had been so out of it that the time passed in what seemed like a blur.
3 months? I thought you were going to say 3 minutes. Have you been awake for 3 months? Did your mom try to call me? I want to see you. Where are you? Can I please come? Are you up for that?
My mom told me you wanted me to call, but I needed to make sure I was going to be okay first. I had a lot of issues first coming out of it.
I guess you did. I wish you had told me. I could have helped in some way. I could have at least made sure you had the best therapist.
I have some good ones, I said. Everybody keeps saying what a miracle it is that I'm progressing so quickly.
It's a miracle that you're awake, he said. The doctors basically promised us that the best-case scenario for you would be.
Theo hesitated as if reluctant to finish his sentence. I know. My mom told me everybody thought I was going to be a vegetable.
I knew you weren't, he said. I can't get over that you've been awake for 3 months.
I watched your Netflix special 3 times, I said. The truth was that it might have been more like 5 or 6, but I had been in a haze during my recovery, so I counted it as 3.
Why didn't you call me?
I had to make sure I was all right. I paused for a second, but then continued before he could say anything. Plus, I had to work up the nerve. It's intimidating getting back into the world again after you've been gone for so long. People have moved on with their lives, you know?
By people, do you mean me? Because I haven't moved on with my life, Caroline.
I thought about seeing him at the gallery earlier. He was smiling and surrounded by a group of New York's trendiest people who had been fully functioning as members of society for the last year. Sure you have, I said, sounding sweet and nonchalant. Everybody does. People move on. Mom said the doctors basically told you guys it was never going to happen with me.
Yes, they did, Theo said, but I knew it, I really did.
Do you have anyone? I asked. I came out and asked the question in what was maybe a too direct manner because I just couldn't contain my curiosity any longer.
Do I have anyone?
He repeated the question as if he couldn't comprehend the meaning of it.
Is that what you said?
I was quiet for a second or two, feeling embarrassed before I worked up the nerve to own up to my question. Yes, I said. Do you?
Do I what?
He asked. There was a smile in his voice, and I could tell he enjoyed making me ask the question again. Do you have another lady? I asked tentatively. Just the sheer asking of the question caused a warm sensation in my abdomen. I was glad he couldn't see my face because I turned red and visibly cringed waiting for his answer.
No, Caroline, I do not have another lady, he said slowly. Is there a reason you're asking? Do you have a crush on me or something?
My heart pounded at his question. I think so, I said. I was so breathless with anticipation that it was all I could do to manage 3 words.
I guess maybe we should arrange a meeting, he said.
I'd like that, I replied.
Just so you know, the last time we arranged a meeting, it went really well. Everything except the accident, I mean. I'm talking about you and me and you. I know you don't remember, so I'll just be honest with you. It went really well. We pretty much love each other.
I laughed at his sweetness. He had a quiet, easy confidence about him. I'm prone to believe you, I said, because my parents confirmed that story. They said you liked me pretty good and that I liked you back.
They were right.
The doctors say I still might get back some of the memories I'm missing.
It doesn't matter, he said. We'll make new ones. All that matters is that you're awake. How's your body, your leg, and your shoulder?
I'm getting there, I said. I've still got a little limp, not much of one, but I rely on my right leg a little. I'm working it out, though. Theo said a couple of sentences in French, and I just sat there and listened to him.
I can't wait to see you,
he added in English after he finished the statement in French. You might have, and you didn't even know it, I said. I let out a little giggle at the feeling of anticipation I got from giving him a clue to my whereabouts.
I might have what?
You might have seen me, I said.
How?
I stopped by the gallery, I said, but there was an art show and it was packed in there.
Tonight? Tonight's art show? My gallery, Caroline. Did you come to my gallery? What are you saying?
I couldn't stop myself from grinning. Yes, tonight, I said. I wasn't trying to stalk you or anything. I was planning on talking to you. It's just that it was so packed. I got a little overwhelmed. I waited for Theo to respond, but only heard about 5 or 6 seconds of silence. Theo?
Caroline, you're talking like you're in New York. Are you okay? Are you just waking up? Is your mom there with you?
I let out a laugh. I am in New York, Theo. I saw you tonight. At least I'm almost sure it was you. I woke up 3 months ago. My mom told me you wanted to hear from me. She told me everything that happened from the weekend when you came to Florida, at least what she knew of it. But I had to make sure I was going to be able to function. I waited until I was ready to travel. I am in New York. I'm staying right down the street from your collective. I heard rustling noises on the other end of the phone like Theo was moving around. Are you there? I asked.
Yes, I'm here, he said. I was in my apartment and now I'm getting back in the elevator.
Why are you getting on the elevator? I asked, feeling my heart begin to buzz.
Because I'm relatively sure you're not on the 16th floor of my building right now, so I have no choice but to head downstairs.
I smiled uncontrollably. How are you going to know where I am? I asked, looking around my hotel room.
You have to tell me. Where are you?
In my hotel room, I said.
In New York City, Caroline?
Yes, and I'm close to your gallery. I was just over there, but you were so busy that I...
Caroline, if you're not at my gallery right now, then are your feet taking you toward it?
You mean currently? I asked. I peered down at the carpeted floor of my hotel room.
Yes, currently, he said. Are your feet taking you toward me right now?
Not yet. No. Should they be? Chapter 16.
I shouldn't even have to answer that question,
Theo said. I could tell by the sound of his voice from over the phone that he was moving.
Yes, you should be moving right now. I can't believe I was in the same room with you tonight. Please tell me you're not messing with me right now. I'm in an elevator, heading toward wherever it is you are. I don't even know where I'm going. Where am I going, Caroline?
I'm just a few blocks away. I'm at a place called The Vintage, I think. I spoke breathlessly. It was necessary for me to do a quick check in the mirror before I rushed out of the door, so I ran into the bathroom and gave myself a once-over, tucking and fluffing here and there. I'm getting in the elevator too, I said, even though I wasn't quite to that point yet. I flashed my teeth in the mirror to make sure nothing was stuck between them.
I know the place, Theo said. I'll head in that direction.
Do you want me to stay on the phone the whole time? I asked.
It's up to you,
Theo said. Before I could tell him my opinion, I heard murmuring voices and background noise, and then I heard Theo begin speaking again. After only a few words, I realized he wasn't talking to me.
Lane, she's awake. Hey, bro, she's awake, man. Caroline. Yes, I'm on the phone with her right now. I knew it, man. I told you. I'm going over there right now. She's a new... Hey, Zoe. You were probably right about seeing Caroline today. She was here. I swear, right now, she's here. I'm talking to her right now. I'm going there. 3 months ago. I gotta go. I'll be back in a few. Thank you, Theo called. You there? He asked in a quieter tone aimed at the phone. I'm sorry. You there, Caroline?
I had a huge smile on my face as a result of the comments he made to his friends. I could tell by the things he said and the way he said them that he loved me. And it made me ache to get to him. There was literally a tingling ache in my whole body. I'm here, I said.
Where are you?
Here, I said.
Exactly where is here?
He asked. The elevator in my hotel.
Okay, I'm already on the street, he said. I'm headed your way. We're on opposite sides, but I'll cross to your side.
Okay, so you'll be on my side? I asked.
Yes, I'll be on your side. Don't cross over.
My palms were sweaty and I paced the elevator. It stopped on the second floor and a lady got in, taking her dear, sweet time stepping on as if we had all the time in the world. Once she was securely inside, I reached out and hit the button for the first floor again, just to encourage the doors to close. They did. I had the phone to my ear this whole time. Theo wasn't talking, and I knew from the background noise that he was walking on the street. I feared that the lady would turn around and make conversation with me, but she didn't. She just stood facing the elevator door and not looking at me at all.
I can see the flags on your hotel, Theo said. I'm on the same side now. It's getting dark out here. Be careful. You can just wait in front of your hotel if you want. I'll be there in just a minute.
We finally made it to the lobby, and I zigzagged around the lady since she was moving slower than me. I walked quickly through the lobby and then out onto the sidewalk while still holding my phone to my ear. I turned in the direction of S&S, scanning the sidewalk for any sign of Theo. There wasn't a ton of pedestrian traffic, but I still didn't see him right away. I started walking in his direction. I'm on the sidewalk, I said breathlessly.
Oh, I see you, Caroline. I can't believe my eyes. Blue shirt. Oh, God, it's you.
It was obvious by the rustling noise and the sound of his voice that he was moving quickly, and I scanned the horizon looking for anyone that fit his description. And then I saw him. He'd been behind a group of people, but he caught up to them and moved to the side, and there he was, staring at me with only about the distance of city block between us. I waved and he waved back. I watched as he turned off his phone and slipped it into his back pocket. I did the same with mine. I headed toward him as best I could, but I felt as though we were walking in slow motion. I got to the end of my block, and he gestured with an uplifted finger for me to stay on the corner, and that he would come to me. I could barely breathe as Theo closed the remaining distance. He had dark hair and features, and he moved with a certain bodily awareness that made me know he was athletic. I knew him as the boy in the library, and more than that, I knew him in my heart. I stood motionless as I watched him approach, knowing in my innermost being that I loved this man. Not just because he was gorgeous either, but also because I knew by his expression that he loved me back. I smiled and waved, and Theo just shook his head as he closed the remaining few steps. He moved as if he was about to reach in and swoop me off my feet, but then he hesitated right before he grabbed me.
Is it okay if I...
He trailed off, touching my shoulders with the utmost control and restraint, as if he was afraid I might shatter to pieces if he moved too quickly. I smiled at him, and it caused him to pull away from me and clench his fists and then wipe his face with his hands as he stared upward. His face wiggled and squirmed the way men do when they don't want to cry. He took a deep breath before focusing on me again. He looked into my eyes for a few seconds and then glanced away, blinking. I could see tears forming in his eyes, and it made the same thing happen in mine. My eyes stung with the pain of unshed tears.
Don't,
I said.
I can't help it,
he said, staring straight into my eyes. I was so swept away by staring at him that I didn't even realize he had taken me into his arms and was now holding me. There was a little foot traffic on the sidewalk, but neither of us acknowledged the people walking by. He held me close to him with both hands around my back, and we completely ignored our surroundings. "Do you know this is the first time I've ever seen you?" I whispered. "As a man, I mean, and in person. I'm checking you out." He shifted a little to stare towards one side and then the other, letting me take a look at both sides of his face.
Feel free to take it all in, but just so you know, it's too late to change your mind. I'm planning on holding you to all that stuff you committed to already.
I'm pretty sure I won't mind being held to whatever I told you, I said with a smile.
Good, because we're already a thing, you and me. You already told me you love me and everything.
I did, I asked. I thought we just spent one weekend together. Did I really say that?
No, he said, smiling. Not in English, at least. But you should. I know you do.
I grinned. It seems crazy for me to even say this, but I think you're right. I think I do.
I know you do, he said. You just have to remember.
Or I could just feel it new.
Yep. Or you could just feel it new, he said. I stayed in a really nice house with a pool when I was in Florida with you. I pulled you into the deep end, and we swam in our clothes, and then I kissed you.
I laughed as I touched his cheeks with my fingertips. I wanted desperately to relive the moment he was describing. I closed my eyes and thought of what it would be like seeing him in a swimming pool.
What?
He asked when he saw me close my eyes. I was imagining being in this same position, only in a pool. He grinned.
It was good.
I glanced at our current city street surroundings. This is pretty good, too.
Yep. I really don't care where we are. I'm just shocked that you're standing here talking to me, Caroline. It's seriously a miracle. I knew it wasn't right that just when I found you, I lost you. I knew you had to come back to me. I felt it.
He smiled.
And I'm pretty much a professional at praying by now, so there's that.
I'm still amazed that you're my fake Canadian boyfriend from middle school, I said. It's crazy that I got in touch with you. That comment caused Theo to speak in French, which made me grip his arms tightly as I listened intently. He finished what he was saying, and I made a little whimpering noise, telling him I hated that it was over. He gave me a half smile as he said another phrase in his first language. What did you say? I asked.
You don't want to know, he said.
I think you're right, I said. I think I like not knowing what you're saying when you speak French.
I know, you already told me that.
Did I? He nodded.
You told me lots of things.
I did?
Uh-huh.
Like what? He shrugged.
Lots of things.
I couldn't stop looking at his face, and specifically his mouth. I had memorized it when I was a little girl, and there it was. The same sweet mouth that gave me my very first kiss. I traced the soft indentation of his upper lip. I'm having trouble remembering what you said a minute ago about the swimming pool, I said. You said you came down to Florida and we got in the pool and... I trailed off, pretending that I actually couldn't remember.
I didn't just kiss you once, either,
he said. No? He shook his head, looking me over with an appraising grin.
No. We did it lots of times.
He leaned closer to me. He stared at my mouth like he was about to do it, and I unintentionally held my breath. What did we do? I asked, feeling like I'd do or say anything to get him to put his lips on mine.
We kissed,
he said. I remember you kissing me when we were kids, I said. Is that what you're talking about? He shook his head seriously.
No, not that,
he said.
No, I'm talking about something more recent than that.
He put his mouth where it was only an inch or two from mine. You mean I've done this before? I whispered breathlessly. He nodded.
I think you can remember if you try hard enough.
I squeezed my eyes shut tight as if trying to remember, and then I opened them, noticing that we were still standing torturously close. You might have to remind me, I said. I felt his warm breath on my lips as he whispered,
Caroline, you're really here with me.
I smiled. You knew I would be, I said. He nodded.
You're right. I did.
Chapter 17. I had to do it. I couldn't wait anymore. I had to kiss him right there in the middle of the sidewalk in New York City. I wanted to let him kiss me first, but I just couldn't fight the urge any longer. I had to do it. I tugged on his arms, pulling him the remaining inches toward me. His hand was around my back, and we were so close that we were almost touching, but I tugged at him anyway. He gave me a sly grin and made a noise in his chest like he thought my gesture was interesting. He glanced down at his elbow where I had tugged and then back at me with an eyebrow raised. His expression said that he enjoyed my flirting, and that made me smile. Did we contact each other because we said we were going to get married when we were 30? I asked. He looked me over with a somewhat surprised expression as if it was really sinking in for him that I couldn't remember our time together.
You told me something about that, but I had no idea what you were saying at the time.
You mean when we were kids? He nodded.
I barely understood you back then. I spent much of my youth thinking you lived in Carolina because of your name.
Mom and Katie knew a little bit about that weekend we spent together in Florida, but I'm sure you and I said things to each other that they knew nothing about. He gave me a slow nod.
Yeah, we did.
Like what happened in the pool, I said, shamelessly hinting. I really had no shame whatsoever. I wanted to kiss him so badly that I would have said anything.
What do you think happened in the pool?
He asked. His mouth was so close to mine that his lips brushed mine just barely. You said we kissed, I said desperately.
We did kiss,
he said.
And I'm about to do it again.
I nodded, secretly knowing the movement would cause us to touch. He smiled and let his mouth fully touch mine. I felt warm and gooey, and I leaned forward, molding my body next to his. Theo held me firmly, which was somewhat necessary since my knees were weak. I entered that kiss with such reckless abandon that I gave him no other choice but to hold me and kiss me. He tasted familiar, and I felt a wave of comfort mixed with love and desire and raw passion. It poured through me like hot liquid. It was more than just a kiss. It was a remembrance. I didn't have an epiphany or anything, but my body responded to him in a way that was familiar and natural, and I knew I had felt this for him before. So, Theo kissed me like nobody was watching, right there in the middle of the sidewalk, and then he pulled back, staring at me with a smile. The people who came by walked around us, and Theo seemed in no hurry to acknowledge them or budge an inch. He reached up and touched the side of my face, wearing an awestruck expression. You want to be best friends? I asked. The corners of his mouth lifted in a slow smile.
Yes, Caroline, I do.
Say it in French just so I can make sure, I said. Theo spoke a few sentences in French, giving a much longer answer than the one he had given in English. Did you say, yes, you want to be my best friend? I asked.
Yes, I did,
he said. What else did you say?
I said that if you're going to be my best friend, I should take you down the street and introduce you to my other friends. I happen to have a lot of them gathered in one place right now, and I think they'd like to meet you.
I think they're gathered in your place, I said.
They are.
I went in there. It's so nice.
You're in trouble for going in there and not coming up to me.
I wasn't sure what kind of reception I would get.
Didn't your family tell you that
They did, but it's been a long time. I didn't want to set my heart on you responding a certain way.
Well, I hope I'm responding in the way of a man who has been waiting desperately for 1.5 years for his girlfriend to wake up.
Am I your girlfriend? I asked shyly.
Yes, Caroline, you are, he said. Are you okay with that? Or would you rather just go ahead and get married?
I let out a little laugh at the way he was so deadpan. I'm good with being your girlfriend, I said. Theo turned me in his arms, positioning me where I could walk next to him. Are we going straight back there? I asked, since Theo had begun walking toward SNS. He nodded.
I thought so. Is that okay?
I might have to check myself in a mirror before I meet your friends. I just got kissed. Theo stopped walking and took the time to look me over with an appraising eye.
You look beautiful, he said. It's really amazing. I can't believe you're here. This is the craziest night ever. I feel like I'm dreaming.
The light changed, and Theo pulled me across the street, using an arm around my shoulder. Theo walked slowly but steadily toward the collective, asking me questions the whole time. He asked about Elroy, and I told him about the way he went crazy when I first got back. He knew about my brother naming his little girl after me, and we talked about that too. He seemed confident to navigate the lights and steer me in the right direction, so I just went along beside him, not even paying attention to where I was going. It was for this reason that it took me by surprise when I looked up to find that we were at the doors of the gallery. I'm too nervous, I said before we walked inside. What am I going to say?
Nothing, he said. Or something if you want. Nothing or something.
Theo didn't even give me the chance to be shy or second-guess going in. He opened the door and gently pulled me alongside him, passing entire groups of people as we made our way to the center of the gallery. Just about everyone we passed turned to look at us, but Theo seemed to be headed toward a certain group. Oh my goodness, are you serious? Oh, Theo, is this her? The girl I recognized as Zoe was basically yelling across the room from her place at the center of the action. Theo and I kept walking until we reached her along with a group of about 8 or 10 other people. Zoe reached out and hugged me. Oh my word, girl, I cannot tell you how happy this man is right now. Not even an hour ago, I was trying to pressure him into going out with a friend of mine, and he wasn't having any part of that. Zoe said that whole phrase in hushed tones and a rushed manner because she knew everyone else was coming to stand around us. She hugged me as she said it, and then she stepped back, smiling at both of us.
She did try to get me to cheat on you earlier,
Theo whispered in a tongue-in-cheek way that no one else heard. He stepped in front of me, pointing at the people who had just gathered around us, starting with the girl all the way on the left.
This is Sarah, he said. She's married to Colin Ross. One of their restaurants is responsible for the catering tonight, which was very good, by the way.
She smiled. Thank you. I'll tell Colin you were pleased.
Where is Colin?
Theo asked, looking around. He's at home with Harper. We had a babysitter, but she wasn't feeling great, and she wanted Daddy, so he decided to stay. I'm headed back home, too. I just wanted to stop by and see the collection. Sarah smiled at me since she had our attention. I'm so happy to meet you, she said. Zoe and Lane were just telling us your story. We knew Theo had some stuff happen down in Florida, but I never knew the extent of it. I never knew he was waiting for. Anyway, I'm really happy for you. That's such an amazing story. Did you just wake up one day? It was another girl who asked the question, and I scanned the group, trying to figure out who said it. A dark-haired girl smiled at me and reached out to shake my hand. I'm Lou, she said. Hi, Lou, I'm Caroline. I scanned the whole group and waved. Hey, everyone. Zoe stepped forward and hugged me again. I thought she was just barely going to do it, but she squeezed me tightly. Oh my goodness, Theo, she's the sweetest thing ever. She pulled back and looked at me adoringly, the way a family member would. I saw you today when you walked by on the sidewalk. Do you remember seeing me? Yes, I do, and I saw you in the documentary. You're a really amazing painter. Thank you. I owe so much to Theo. He is the man for doing something like this with his life. She gave me a second to take everything in, and then her arm came in front of me as she pointed at the person who was standing next to Lou. This is Joe. He's Lou's husband. Joe smiled and shook my hand, and so did everyone else who had gathered around us. Zoe did the honors of introducing them all, and I went down the line, shaking hands. Mia, Nicholas, Macy, Ethan, and this is my husband, Lane. He and Theo are like this. Zoe crossed her fingers and smiled at me. She pointed again at Lou's husband, Joe. Joe and Sarah are siblings. Their dad is responsible for Bad Medicine. You know, the television show? I nodded. I knew the show well, and I had already recognized one of the guys standing in the group as the super famous star of Bad Medicine. She pointed to the actor. Ethan plays on the show, she said. Macy, Nicholas, and Mia are all artists. Sarah and Lou are too, but the other three have all been residents of SNS, so they'll tell you firsthand what a rock star your man is. I turned to focus on Theo with an impressed smile, and he smirked at me.
Zoe said you two met when you were kids,
Ethan said. I recognized him from television, and I thought it was cool that he was standing there talking to me. But honestly, after coming close to death like that, I had a new perspective on things like fame. I thought it was neat that Ethan Prescott wanted to talk to me, but I wasn't nearly as nervous as I would have been in the past. It was like sleeping for a year somehow made me comfortable in my own skin.
We did, Theo said. We met at a library in Montreal.
The one you just built? Lou asked.
Yes,
Lane said, knowing more of the story than she did. How'd you get in touch? Macy asked.
She called me, Theo said. When we were kids, she told me she would call me up and we would marry each other if we turned 30 and weren't already married to other people.
He looked at me and smiled.
Only I didn't understand her, so I had no idea we made that deal. I was totally shocked to hear from her.
He turned to regard all of them.
Keep in mind that she doesn't remember that I know any of this. She's still missing the days before the accident, so she doesn't even remember us reconnecting.
Wait, Zoe said. Wait a minute. You don't remember him? Do you remember the accident? I shook my head. Do you have amnesia? She asked. I don't remember the accident or the couple of weeks before it. I looked at Theo. I remember Theo from when we were kids, though. And I watched the documentary on Netflix, so I knew what he looked like as an adult. I stared at everyone standing around, friendly faces all smiling and wearing curious expressions. I could tell they really cared about Theo, and I could also tell they thought his proximity to me was interesting. He held my hand the whole time, placing it different places on his body like he took comfort in having me touch him. Just the act of Theo holding on to my hand was pleasurable enough, but it was obvious by the way his friends were looking at us that it was unusual behavior for him, and I felt honored to be the object of his affection. My family assured me I'd want to meet him, so as soon as I recovered enough to travel, I came up here. How long ago did you wake up? Macy asked. 3 months ago, I said. I had a long road to recovery. The doctors are blown away that I'm doing so well. Chapter 18. Zoe was the artist being honored, therefore she began to get a bit of attention from people who weren't in that initial group. Ethan also had a few people come up and ask for a picture, and so did Theo. It was a busy hour, and then, just like that, it was over. Theo and I said our goodbyes to Lou and the rest of the gang, but Lane and Zoe stayed in the gallery with us. There were a few staff members walking around and getting everything cleaned up, but other than that, it was just the 4 of us. We found ourselves standing in an open area in the gallery. Theo had not let go of me the whole evening, a fact for which I was extremely grateful.
I'll lock up,
Lane said. Are y'all coming upstairs? Zoe asked. We've got a babysitter. She'll have Hannah put to bed by the time we get up there. Y'all could come over for a little bit if you want. Theo looked at me and shrugged as if asking me what I thought.
I'll probably just keep her to myself tonight, he said.
How about breakfast in the morning? She asked. Lane will make his famous French toast. I smiled at Theo and lifted my eyebrows. I like anything famous, I said.
How is 10 o'clock? Theo asked.
Perfect, she said. Lane went to lock the front door before once again joining our circle. Zoe held her hand out for him as he approached. Are you ready to head upstairs? She asked.
Yep.
He kissed her cheek.
You did good, little mama, he said to her. We sold everything.
I'm so thankful, she said humbly. Lane smiled at her and then looked at us.
You two coming upstairs?
He asked, assuming we'd both be getting on the elevator.
Caroline and I haven't even talked about what we're doing,
Theo said. He looked at me.
I have something to show you while we're down here anyway. I know what it is,
Lane said, pulling his wife toward the elevator. What? Zoe asked, hating that she was the only one who didn't know. I don't know either, I said.
Don't tell her,
Theo said to Lane. Lane shook his head as he and Zoe walked away. So glad you're here, Zoe yelled as she followed Lane to the elevator. I'm glad too, I yelled back. I stared at Theo with wide eyes. She's the sweetest person ever, I said. They all are. What is this place? Everybody's so happy. Theo shrugged.
Happy people make good art. I don't know. Maybe sad ones do too, he added, reconsidering. Tortured artists and whatnot. But we have a lot of happy ones around here.
Theo took me by the hand and pulled me toward the back of the gallery. I glanced but didn't really have the chance to take in some of the wonderful art on the way down the hallway. Where are you taking me? I asked.
My office,
he said. What's in there?
You'll see. I wonder if your family told you anything about this, or if they even knew anything about it.
What is it?
That little desk right over there.
His office was rather large. Toward the left was an ornate mahogany desk, and on the right was a seating area. Perfectly positioned in the back corner of this area was a simple, old wooden school desk, and I looked at Theo the instant it sank in what it was. That's not the one from... He smiled and nodded. Is it the one from the library? I asked. He continued to nod. The exact one? I asked.
Yes.
I instantly jogged to the other side of his office and sat on the ground in front of the desk. He had written our names underneath, so I ducked under the desk, inspecting the underside. Oh my gosh, it seriously is there. They're right here, Theo. Our names are on here. I reached up and touched the letters that had been carved into the wood 20 years before. I inspected it for what must have been a full minute before shimmying out from under the desk and letting him help me to my feet. Did you get this before or after you came to Florida?
Before,
he said.
I told you all about it when I went down there. I even showed you my scar.
He put his hand out and let me see the scar that was on his finger. I remember this, I said. I remember you cutting yourself. I reached out to grab his hand, holding it in front of me so I could get a good look at the scar. I ran my finger back and forth across it and then looked up to make eye contact with him. I reached up and touched another scar that was on the top part of his cheek, stretching downward to the hollow of his cheek. I think I might have given you that one, too, the second time we saw each other. I'm really sorry if that's the case.
What makes you think you gave me this one?
He asked. I just assumed you got it in the wreck because you didn't have it in the documentary.
What are you, a detective?
I smiled and touched it again. Did you have anything else? I asked softly as I touched the little line on his cheek. My parents told me you fractured your arm, but they didn't say anything about this. I'm sorry.
I thought you'd like it,
he said. I do like it. It's really handsome on you, actually. He looked at me with a sincere expression. I had no idea what he was going to say.
Please, don't ever be sorry about the accident, he said. That was not your fault.
It's crazy that you don't remember it either, I said.
I remember everything leading up to it. I just don't remember the accident itself. We had just stopped at the grocery store.
I fell asleep in my clothes that night. Theo and I stayed up till 4 a.m. talking about everything we had missed in each other's lives. Theo said we talked about some of the same topics that we did when he was in Florida with me. He thought it was interesting that I responded to some things the same way I did back then, but to others, my responses had changed. He said that to him it seemed like I was the same person, only that I had kind of settled into more of a confident, laid-back version of myself. I asked him during our conversation if someone in Canada had cheated him out of some money before he left. I told him I had that feeling when I watched the documentary, and Theo said it was definitely a memory I had from our time together because he hadn't told anyone else that story. I fell asleep snuggled up next to him on the couch, and that was exactly how I woke up. I opened my eyes to find that Theo was staring down at me from his position stretched out next to me on the couch. He was holding his phone, and he reached over me to stash it on the nearby table when he saw me open my eyes. He kissed me, half on my cheek and half on my nose.
"It's 9:50, Sleepy Bones,"
he said, his voice sounding deeper than usual on account of his own sleepiness.
"Lane's blowing up my phone, saying we should be over there at 10 for his famous French toast."
"We slept so late," I said.
"Because we went to sleep late."
I stretched a little before snuggling up next to Theo again. He had changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt the night before, but I was still in the outfit I had on at the gallery. I picked my head up so that I could glance down at my own appearance. "I feel bad seeing your friends in this," I said. Theo spoke to me in French. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I could tell he meant for me not to worry about my clothes. I put my hand on the side of his face after he spoke. "You sound cute when you're French and sleepy."
"Good, because that can happen every morning,"
he said. "You want to get up so we can go to Lane and Zoe's?" I asked. Theo moaned reluctantly as he began to stir. He stood behind me a few minutes later when we knocked on the door of Lane and Zoe's apartment. Zoe must have been expecting us to show up because she opened the door within seconds after we knocked. She and I both said, "Aww," at the same time, me because she was holding an adorable baby girl on her hip, and her because Theo was holding on to me from behind when she opened the door. The smell of cinnamon and vanilla drifted out of the apartment as soon as we opened the door, and Theo and I both commented on how great it smelled as we stepped inside. I hugged Zoe and met little Hannah. Zoe sat her down, and she toddled through the living room to be with her dad. I heard a loud bark coming from the other side of the room, and it startled me. "I didn't know you had a dog," I said, looking around. "Darlene," Zoe said. "I'll let her out in a minute. I just didn't want her getting all excited when you came in." "I love dogs," I said. "Dog," Hannah said, looking at me. She was holding a pacifier, but she put it in her mouth so she could use her hand to point. "Dog." "Where's the dog?" I asked with an over-exaggerated shrug. Hannah walked to the dog's kennel, which was in the living room. I followed her over there. We had to go close to the kitchen on our way, and Lane turned when he heard us coming.
"Hey,"
he said from his spot at the griddle. "Hey, Chef," I said. "It smells good in here." "Dog," Hannah said, slapping her palm to the top of the kennel. She still had a pacifier in her mouth, but I understood her. "Diane," she said. "Diane." "Dog?" I asked. She patted the kennel. "Diane."
"Darlene,"
Lane said, translating. "Darlene," I said, causing Hannah to nod at me and smile around her pacifier. "Can we let her out?" I asked. Hannah reached out to jiggle the handle, but she didn't know how to get it open.
"You can let her out if you don't mind her spazzing out for a minute,"
Lane said. Zoe and Theo had been engaged in their own conversation, but now she came up to us to help with the dog. Zoe picked up Hannah, putting the baby on her hip, while with the other hand opening Darlene's kennel. Darlene was a beautiful gray and white bulldog with wrinkles and folds galore, and she ran around the living room, snorting with her mouth open as she greeted all of us. Elroy was long and lean and moved with grace and agility, Whereas Darlene literally tripped over her own feet a couple of times during her laps around the living room. She was funny, and we all got a good laugh at watching how much she entertained Hannah. Chapter 19. Lane's French toast was as famous as he claimed it would be. He had gone to the store to buy fresh fruit to go with it, and Zoe made hand-whipped cream. Theo never did let me stray far from him. This was a good thing for me because I wanted to be close. I felt the urge to be next to him so greatly that I probably would have made a way to do it even if he didn't initiate things. But he did. He stayed right beside me the whole time we were there. I was a little nervous about being with his friends, but Lane and Zoe were laid back and easygoing. She was full of Southern hospitality, always making sure everyone was comfortable. We stayed at their apartment until about noon, at which point Theo went to his place to shower and get dressed, and I did the same in my hotel room. I took the opportunity to call my family to let them know how things were going. I talked to my mom since I knew she'd give everyone else the message. I told her I had made contact with Theo the night before and had been with him since. I was excitable and speaking quickly, so I gave her a lot of information all at once. I told her about the art show, and the desk, and breakfast with Lane and Zoe. She had grown to love Theo during the month that he was down there with them, and she cried on the phone when I told her how happy he was to see me. She made me promise to stay in touch and that I would keep them posted on how things were going. I talked to her on speakerphone the whole time I was getting dressed, and by the time we hung up, I was ready to go. I dressed in some cropped jeans with a yellow vintage-style graphic t-shirt that had a picture of a sunset on the front. I had a lightweight hoodie to match it, and I put it on a chair by the door so I wouldn't forget to take it with me. I was nervous about seeing Theo, and I styled my hair 2 different ways before deciding on a couple of braids, leading to a big messy bun on the back of my head. Growing up with 2 brothers, I had never been much for getting fancy with my hair, but Katie had taught me a thing or 2 over the years, so I managed. Theo said he would meet me at my hotel at 3 p.m., and it was 5 till when I heard him knock on my door. He was standing there, looking casual in jeans and, at the same time, too sharp for his own good. I shook my head and smiled, and he did the same to me as he walked into my room.
"I like your shirt," he said.
I looked down at my own shirt and gestured to it with my hands like I was some swag person showing off my clothes. "Gotta represent the 772, I said. He grinned.
"You look like a little surfer girl," he said.
"I've done it a time or 2, but I never really stuck with it," I said. "We're on the water quite a bit, but not really surfing."
"Water girl, then,"
he said. I smiled. "Water girl for sure." We stopped walking once we got all the way into my room, and I popped up to kiss his cheek. "Hi," I said.
"Hello."
"Is it crazy that I missed you just now?" I asked.
"No,"
he said, looking around with an entirely serious expression.
"In fact, that's one of the first things we should get out of the way. I don't see why you need this room. I don't think there is really a point in you being in the same city as me and being at a different location. That's just... I just don't think you should be apart from me at all, is pretty much what I'm trying to say here. I've had quite enough of being separate from you, and now I'm just ready to not be separate from you anymore."
Theo had been absent-mindedly looking around my room as he spoke, but he turned to look straight at me. He grabbed my hand and brought the palm of it up to his mouth. He looked at me the whole time he was doing it, and I felt a warm, rushing sensation in my whole body.
"Can we please just pack up your things and take them down the street to my apartment?" he asked. "I was over there the whole time just now, thinking, why in the world are there blocks of city separating you from Caroline right now? I basically just don't want to be apart from you, is what I'm saying. I'm done with that in my life."
I smiled at how he delivered the statement in such a matter-of-fact way. "So you just pretty much want to..." I trailed off because I was too embarrassed to finish the statement.
"Be with you,"
he said slowly. He held up 2 fingers.
2 times I've had you, and both of them were far too brief."
He paused and lapsed into French for a few seconds. He got animated and passionate when he spoke in French because he knew it made me smile. I held on to his hand, pulling him closer. He had on dark jeans and light-colored button-down shirt with tiny blue stripes. I put my face right by his collar, breathing in the clean, woodsy smell. "Are you referring to me staying at your apartment for the rest of my trip, or are you talking about our lives in general?"
"Both," he said. "But let's start with getting these things out of here and over to my apartment."
I spent the next week in New York. My original plan was to be there for 4 days, but after the way things went so well with Theo, I extended my trip. Theo had a lot going on with work, and I loved getting to see him in action. His main business was online art dealing and trading, but that was just one of the many things he had his hand in. Not only did he have a lot of professional endeavors, but he also played an active role in all of them. Theo spent a lot of time on his laptop and on his phone, taking care of business and talking to clients and artists. I did some shopping and sightseeing during the times that Theo was working. I became friends with Zoe and Lane and some of the other artists and staff from the collective, and most days I ventured out with one or more of them while Theo took care of business. I did some gardening, too, which was an unexpected treat. The penthouse apartments had access to the rooftop, and Zoe had a few plants and flowers growing in containers up there. She didn't know much about gardening and was happy to get my help and advice. I bought a huge container and a wisteria plant and helped her get it started where it would grow up and eventually cover the wooden terrace. Theo and I were always eager to see each other when he finished work, and I got finished with whatever I had gotten into that day. We had a few daytime outings together as well, but we always connected during the evenings. We'd go out and about, doing different things each night. One night we saw a musical. Once we went to a party. Once we saw stand-up comedy, and once had dinner at Lane and Zoe's. We went out to eat 4 times, and twice we just stayed in and watched television. Theo kissed me and held me and let me know that he cared, but he never tried to take it to the next level physically. I didn't ask him about his past, and he didn't ask me about mine. Neither of us cared about that. Both of us just knew we wanted to be together, and that seemed to be enough. Being with Theo was easy. Nothing was forced. He and I could talk for hours, or we could just sit quietly in each other's company and not say a word. I loved him, and that's all there was to it. I loved him when I was 10, and then again when I was 30. And now I agreed with Theo. There was no sense in us being apart any longer. Theo had plans to go to Canada the following week, so I scheduled my trip home to Florida on the same day that he was flying out. He arranged it so that our flights were at similar times, and we just rode to the airport together. He wasn't a stranger to a cab, but he hired someone in a classy black car to pick us up. He had done it one other time during the week, the night we went to the musical, and I told him how fancy it made me feel. Twice during my stay, people recognized Theo as the shower and shelter guy and came up to him to talk or take a picture, and I told him that made me feel fancy too. I sat right next to Theo in the back of the luxury sedan on our way to the airport. I was positioned so close to him that I threw one of my legs over his. I would have climbed right into his lap if it were acceptable for me to do so. I hated the thought of leaving him. I hated it so much. I knew there would be a void, and I was absolutely dreading it. He knew I was going to miss him, and I knew he was going to miss me, but man, I hated it. The plan was that I would go home, and he would go to Montreal, and we would take a few days to think about how quickly we wanted to move forward. It was a reasonable plan, but it didn't stop the pain in my heart at the thought of being apart from him. "I can't believe Zoe gave me that fish painting," I said. "I feel bad that I mentioned it. I didn't know she was going to just give it to me like that."
"Don't feel bad," Theo said. "She was glad to give it to you. It makes her happy to know your family will like it."
"They're really gonna love it. We've all watched the documentary, and they're big fans of her stuff. They're going to freak out over it. Dad's going to want to take it to the store, but Mom will want to hang it in their house."
"I'll have it shipped to them,"
Theo said. He took a deep breath. It sounded somewhat shaky, and I turned to look at him with a curious expression.
"Caroline, I do not like this one bit," he said. I don't like not having a plan. We really need to have more of a plan.
He leaned forward, situating himself in the seat as if he was restless and agitated. He sighed again and fidgeted with my hand. "I hate it too," I said, before he could say anything else. "I don't want to leave you." I collapsed into his arms, resting my face on his chest and squeezing him tightly, and he held on to me.
"I'm seriously ticked off about this right now, Caroline."
"Me too," I said. "What do we do?" He looked around, shaking his head absent-mindedly as if trying to search for the right answer.
"I guess we just have to decide to start making moves," he said. "Practically speaking, I mean, one of us is going to have to move."
"I'll go anywhere," I announced, shaking my head. I had such disdain for being apart from him that leaving Florida for good seemed like a viable option at that point. I loved my family, and I would hate to leave home, but I would. My heart was breaking so fiercely at the thought of leaving Theo that I knew I would do just about anything. He held me tightly and took another deep breath.
"Okay," he said. "I really don't need to have 3 homes. I travel enough that having 2 is pushing it. I think we should just sell my place in Montreal and split our time between New York and Jensen. We can still travel to Canada when we want to. I just don't see a need to keep up the place there. Maybe we can rent it out. I'll have to look at options."
Up until then, he and I had been vague, only saying that we knew we wanted to make plans to be together, but not really saying what those plans were. It was an odd feeling, hearing him be so matter-of-fact about major life decisions such as selling homes and moving to different states to be together. "My family's gonna kind of maybe expect us to... They might say something about..." I hesitated, and Theo smiled at me.
"I already told you we should just go ahead and skip the formalities."
"What do you mean by skip the formalities? Do you mean get married?" I asked.
"Do you mean get married?" he asked, teasing me.
"You say it first," I said.
"Yes, I do mean that."
"I think we should do all those things," I said. "The moving and the getting married and everything we mentioned."
"Okay," he said. "So think about all of that. Talk to your family and decide how and when you want everything to happen. My vote is for doing it sooner than later. In the meantime, I'll figure out what I'm going to do with my place in Canada and start making arrangements to be a U.S. resident full-time."
"Are you sure?" I asked. "Are you sure you can leave your home?"
"I can leave Canada for the same reason you could leave Florida if I asked you to."
"Why's that?"
"For love."
"For love?" I asked.
"Yep, because you love me."
"I do?"
"Yep,"
he said. I was just pretending to be coy, because we had already said I love you to each other during the previous week.
"I have friends in Montreal, but nothing like you with your family,"
Theo said.
"It only makes sense that we spend more time in Florida."
"I do love you," I said, still feeling bad for teasing him. I nestled in close to his neck. He had just shaved that morning, so he was smooth and he smelled clean. I put a hand on the other side of his face just to hold him still while I let my face brush against the skin of his neck and jaw. I did it with a careful, loving touch that caused Theo's breathing to become slightly labored. He said something in French, which made me smile and place a kiss on the soft skin of his neck. He let out a strained sigh.
"Did I already say that we need to go ahead and get married sooner than later, or did I just think that?" he asked.
"I think you did say something about making it sooner than later," I said. I rubbed my face gently against his neck again.
"The soonest,"
he said.
"Go ahead and make it the soonest possible moment."
Chapter 20. Theo and I were virtually inseparable after that first trip to New York, but we decided not to have marital relations until we were married. He was a literal-minded sort of person, and he lived his life by certain Christian principles, not necessarily because he was a religious person, but because he had good results in life simply from abiding by them. One of them that impressed me the most about Theo was his generosity. It was remarkable. He saw giving to others as a great honor. He did it without hesitation. It was like he was plugged into some supernatural pipeline. God's fingerprint was all over the financial situation of Theo's life, and it was neat to witness firsthand. For instance, one day we were at a gas station in Jensen and Theo paid for this lady's gas. She said she was planning on getting $10, but he told her to go ahead and fill up. The total came to $60, and later that evening, he found 3 $20 bills wadded up in the gutter when we took Elroy for a walk. Theo lived a generous life, and it seemed that everything he gave came back to him supernaturally. It was inspiring. It was so inspiring that I tried to get in on it myself. A few times in the months since Theo and I had been together, I had gone out on a limb to be generous in ways that I would have never even thought about. One time it was a real success, and I felt really good about myself and thankful for the experience. But 2 times recently, I felt like I had failed. I didn't tell Theo about the first failure, but I was so frustrated by the second one that I had to bring it up to him. "I don't know how you do it," I said as we walked down the sidewalk. We were in New York, and we were walking Darlene for Lane and Zoe. Elroy was a Florida dog and stayed home with my parents when Theo and I weren't in town, so we liked to borrow Darlene. "I don't know how you always get people to respond so well when you're generous. Twice now I've picked the wrong people to try to help out. It's so frustrating. I don't know how you do it right."
"What do you mean?" Theo asked. "What happened?"
"I found $20 in the back pocket of these jeans this morning," I said. "And I specifically told God I would set it aside for someone who could use it and to please show me that person, like you do. Anyway, so I had the $20 in my back pocket, and I come up on this guy in the park who was setting up some workout equipment. He was by himself, but he was setting up like he was expecting a class or something. I asked him what he was doing, and he said he meets people to work out. He said he was trying to get his business off the ground, but that he couldn't afford a storefront yet. So until he could, he met people at the park." I sighed. I guess it was because he mentioned not being able to afford something that I did it, or maybe it was because his equipment looked so old. Anyway, I asked him if I could give him $20 for his business.
"That was good,"
Theo said, squeezing me around the shoulders as we walked. "I wish it was, but it wasn't," I said. It was awkward. He looked at me like he was kind of offended. He took it from me, but he stared at me the whole time like he didn't want my charity. I was embarrassed. I breathed a sigh. "I don't know how you pick the right people every time." Theo had Darlene's leash in one hand and his other arm around me as we continued to walk slowly down the block. There weren't a lot of people on the path, so we didn't rush.
"When did you do that?"
he asked. "Today. Like an hour ago. I hate it, too, because it makes me not want to ever try it again."
"That would really be a shame," Theo said. "Do you think it's a big, soaring success every time I'm generous with someone?" he asked.
"Yes," I said. "I mean, at least they're not offended. Him looking at me like that made me wish I had the $20 back, and then I felt like a bad person for wishing that."
"Let me tell you something, Caroline. You're wrong if you think there's always gratification involved when I give somebody something. A couple of times I've given big financial gifts to whole organizations and never gotten so much as a thank you. People aren't always the most gracious at receiving gifts. Thank you is not the easiest phrase to say. It takes a little vulnerability. You can't think what you did was a failure just because of how the guy reacted. You did your part. You felt like him mentioning not being able to afford something was your prompting, and you followed it. That's all that matters. That's all you're accountable for. I definitely don't always have the warmest reception when I give someone something. I've gotten better at choosing who and when and where. But I still have awkward moments. I still have times when people take money from me and I wonder whether or not they're thankful at all. That's not really my part of it, though. I learned to disconnect myself from that part of it years ago."
We took a few steps and then Theo sighed and said,
"Speaking of years ago, you'll never believe who I heard from today."
He was speaking in a serious tone, and I turned to glance up at him with a questioning glance.
"Arnett,"
he said. I recognized the name as soon as he said it. "You heard from him? The lawyer? What did he say?"
"It was an email. He requested a meeting with me at my earliest convenience. He wants me to come to his house the next time I'm in Montreal.
Why didn't you tell me? I asked, looking around in confusion since my story about the $20 hadn't been nearly that important. He shrugged.
Because I'm probably not going to go.
You're not going to go? Why not? It might be important. What did he say?
He didn't say anything specific. He just said he wanted to meet with me. That's why I'm not going to go.
Really? I'm so curious. Why don't you write him back and tell him you like to conduct business over the phone? Tell him you just moved out of your place in Canada.
He knows I did,
Theo said.
He might be old, but he knows what's going on in Montreal.
Maybe that's why he contacted you. Maybe he's old and he wanted to apologize. I think you should at least email him back. I can't believe you're not curious. Theo and I went to Montreal 2 weeks later. He had to go there on other business, and he decided to meet with Mr. Arnett during the trip. He met with the man at his house, which was in the outskirts of the city. There was a nice shopping center nearby, so I looked around at a few stores while Theo went to his meeting. I got a text from him after only 20 minutes, saying that he would meet me for lunch whenever I was ready. We were at an outdoor shopping center, and there were areas with fountains and bronze statues. Theo told me he was waiting by the one with the bear statues, and I knew right where that was, so I met him there. He stood up, carrying a small leather bag that looked similar to a shaving kit. He was smiling at me, and I marveled at how handsome he was, but I mostly stared straight at the pouch, knowing he didn't have it before his meeting with the lawyer. What did he say? I asked as soon as we were standing close enough for him to hear me. What is that? He smiled and motioned with a flick of his head to the cafe that was behind him.
Let's get some lunch and I'll tell you all about it.
We sat down across from each other at a table, and Theo put the bag on the table between us. I glanced at it suspiciously out of the corner of my eye, and he smiled. Looks like the kind of bag that would have a ton of cash in it. He smiled.
Mr. Arnett must have thought so as well, because that's what he put in there.
Theo made the statement just as a waitress came up to take our drink order and let us know about the specials, so we put the conversation on hold. Do you think there's cash in there? I asked with wide eyes the instant she walked away.
I know there is, he said. I saw it already.
Why? How much? Did Arnett give you that? He grinned at me for being so anxious to hear the story.
He's old. I don't know if he's dying, but he's old. He seemed much bigger in my memories. I'm not sure if he shrank or if it just seems that way to me because I grew up, but there was a significant size difference from what I remember. Anyway, he pulled a huge stack of cash out of a safe within the first 2 minutes I was there, saying it was the remainder of my parents' estate.
I bet he's dying and he's trying to get right with God, I said, repaying the money he stole from people.
I don't think so,
Theo said.
This was different. He wasn't apologizing for anything. He did lie to me about the money, but he basically pats himself on the back for doing it.
What? I asked in utter disbelief.
I couldn't believe it either, Theo said. He sat on the other side of his desk and basically credited himself for my life, for the way I turned out.
What? I asked again. Theo chuckled and nodded.
He said he knew that if I had my parents' money at the age of 16, I would get comfortable, complacent, that I wasn't ready to have that kind of money yet. He said I was immature and needed to grow up, but he thought I could make a success of myself with a little tough love. Tough love was what he called it. It was like he thought I was going to thank him. Can you believe that?
What did you do? I asked.
I stared at him for like a minute straight, thinking about all the questions I wanted to ask him and all the things I wanted to say. I didn't even know where to begin. He had just talked my ear off for 10 minutes with his whole deluded story, and honestly, I didn't know what to say. So I just took the cash off of his desk, and I walked out of his office.
Did he not try to stop you?
No. He had already told me the money was mine and that he had called me there to give it to me, so I just picked it up and walked out. I thought about telling him some of the details of the hardships I had gone through when I first left. I had memories of them as I stared at that smug man, and I wondered how he could sleep at night, let alone congratulate himself.
I think you could call the cops for this, I said. We both glanced at the bag before glancing at each other. He was regarding me with a casual half-smile.
I told him I forgave him when I was on my way out, even though he wasn't looking for my forgiveness. I thought about everything I had gone through as a kid in New York on my own, and thought about all the pain that could have been spared if I had that money. But there was really nothing I could do about it. All I could do was forgive him and know there's a purpose for everything.
Theo left that bag full of cash as a tip for the waitress at the cafe. They weren't busy, so she and Theo got into a conversation while we ate. I was in on it too, but Theo was asking most of the questions. He had a delicate but direct way of making people share their story, and I always enjoyed listening to him converse with other people. I knew by the time we were halfway through the meal that he was going to leave the money with her. He made eye contact with me when she told us she was a single mom and that her little boy had some health issues. I knew right then that he was going to do it. Later, she said she was putting herself through nursing school, and it also came out somewhere in our conversation that she was a Christian. After hearing all of the sweet, heartfelt answers she gave to Theo's questions, there was no doubt in my mind that he was going to help her. Theo and I had both already stood up to leave when she came back to collect the payment. He handed her the slip of paper along with the leather pouch.
"Pay for our food out of this, and then the rest is a tip for you," he said.
She looked at him with a somewhat confused expression because the bag was heavy and oddly shaped as forms of payment go.
"There's a lot of money in here,"
Theo said in a hushed but professional tone.
"It's cash. It came unexpectedly into my hands, and I'd like to pass it along to you if you don't mind."
She whispered something to him in French, and he smiled.
"No, I didn't rob a bank," he whispered. "It's just money that's been sitting in a safe for 20 years doing nobody any good. I feel like I'm just supposed to hand it to you. I hope it'll help you and your son. We've enjoyed talking to you during our lunch, and we'd really like to give you this."
She blinked and scrunched up her face like she was trying not to cry. "Are you sure?" she asked, not even knowing how much money was in the bag.
"I'm sure,"
Theo said. He glanced around.
"You might want to think about taking it to the back before you open it," he said.
She glanced down at the leather pouch and then at Theo and me again. "Are you sure?" she repeated, looking stunned.
"We're sure," he said.
Epilogue. Theo and I were married only 6 months after we connected in New York. It was a winter wedding, so we decided to do it in Florida. Theo invited about 20 people from New York and Canada, and I invited 50 or so of my family and closest friends. It was a small but beautiful church wedding that we held in a quaint little chapel before throwing a party at our neighbor's house. My parents had a nice place, but our neighbors had an elaborate spread, and as longtime family friends, they were happy to let us use their place for a reception. The wedding was at 4 p.m., followed by dinner and dancing at the reception. It was a special day. At the reception, I told the story of what happened in Canada when I got to witness Theo hand our waitress a bag full of cash. I left out the details such as where he got it and the fact that it contained over $60,000. But I did tell the story, with Theo's permission, of course. We both recounted the story of meeting when we were kids. We went back and forth, telling different details we remembered. This segment was funny since we both had very different perceptions of what went on back then. We knew we loved each other, though, in spite of being kids and having a severe language barrier. "Y'all should tell that story again," Zoe said, as we rode the elevator to the SNS gallery on the first floor. "The one from when y'all were kids in Canada." A month had passed since our wedding in Florida, but Theo and I had been on our honeymoon since then and had only been back in New York for a day. The crew at Shower and Shelter planned a wedding party for Theo and me, since most of them hadn't been able to make it to the wedding. Everyone was there, even past tenants and old friends that I had never met. Theo and I knew there was going to be a wedding party, but neither of us had any idea about the magnitude of it until the elevator opened and we saw how crowded it was. There must have been at least 200 people. The gallery was packed. Theo didn't have any family, but the outpouring of love I saw for him was humbling. People came out of the woodwork to celebrate our wedding and tell him how much he had impacted their lives. S&S was like a big family, and I was thrilled to be a part of it. We had just told the story from when we were kids, and now we were just mingling with everyone and enjoying drinks and snacks. Theo went across the room with Lane to meet an artist who had recently applied for a spot at SNS. Lane was impressed with him and wanted to make sure Theo made his acquaintance at the party. The staff had brought big, round tables into the gallery for the occasion, and I was sitting at one of them, talking to some of Theo's closest friends while he and Lane went to meet the artist. Sarah and Colin were sitting at our table along with Lou and Joe and Macy and Ethan. Macy's sister, Tabitha, was there alone because her husband had been up and down taking photos. Zoe and I made conversation with Tabitha since she was sitting close to us. Zoe was asking her about these woolen dolls Tabitha made, and Tabitha showed us a few pictures of them on her phone. She custom-made them to resemble actual people, and I marveled at some of the familiar faces I saw in her work. I had met Tabitha before, and I knew she made dolls, but I had never seen them. All of the couples on the other side of the table had commissioned her to make them keepsakes, and all of them chimed in on our conversation, saying how fun it was to see what she came up with. Sarah had a picture of her and Collins, and I compared them to the actual couple, remarking on how cool and creative they were. I glanced up from looking at Sarah's phone and realized that Theo and Lane were headed back to our table. I couldn't believe he was mine. He was the star of the show, the man of the hour, and he loved me with his whole heart. He had on a dark suit. He had recently taken off the tie and unbuttoned the collar, and he walked toward me looking dashing. He smiled at me when we made eye contact. He licked his lips, and not in an embarrassing, cheesy way, but in a way that made me feel all warm and melty inside. I made a cute little helpless face at the way he left me breathless, and he smiled as he continued to stride toward me. Lane sat next to Zoe, and Theo came to sit in the chair next to me. In one quick motion, he pulled me onto his lap. I went easily and willingly, smiling at him as I adjusted on his leg. He leaned up and kissed me. "Oh my gosh, y'all, they are so in love," Zoe said from right next to us. The statement made both of us smile, but we didn't take our eyes off of each other. "I know something Caroline wants," Macy said from the other side of the table. Neither of us looked at her, but I could see her out of the corner of my eye and knew she was the one talking. Theo's hand came around my thigh. He was being discreet, but his touch made me forget to breathe. "What does Caroline want?" he asked, talking to Macy but smiling at me and the fact that I was thoroughly breathless as a result of his touch. "You need to hire my sister to make you some dolls," Macy said. "Caroline likes them." "I do," I said. "You should see those dolls she makes." He nodded, wearing a little half smile. "Good, great, sounds great. I think she should definitely make us some." "Me too," I said, smiling and not taking my eyes off of him. "It's a miracle," Lou said from the other side of the table. "Not just your Canada story or the medical stuff, but the fact that Theo is acting like this. It's a freaking miracle. It was her or nothing, I guess." "You're right," Theo said, talking to Lou but still holding my gaze. "It was her or nothing." So, there it was. There you have it. There's the story of my full ride into the sunset. I found the man of my dreams in Theo Duval. He believed you should love God, love others, make art, and be yourself. And I had to say, I agreed with him. It seemed as if the whole crew at S&S got their own happy ending. But after more than 21 years of build-up and anticipation, I had to believe mine and Theo's was the sweetest. This is Kate Rudd. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of My American Angel by Brooke St. James. Text copyright 2017 by Brooke St. James. Production copyright 2018 by Brooke St. James. All rights reserved.